Check. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. All right, we will get this meeting started. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Mayor Devin T. Murphy, and I am now calling the regular City Council meeting of February 21st, 2023 to order. Next item on the agenda is our Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please stand and recite the pledge. Wonderful. We will move down to item number 2 of the agenda, which is our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. We are now on to item 3 of the agenda, which is our roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, if you will.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Murphy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Here. Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Here.
Here in council, the agenda was posted on February 16th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting, and a correction memo and revised attachment for item 9K was distributed to council, made available for the public at the back of the chambers and posted online. Does the council have any conflicts on our agenda items to report this evening? Okay, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next on the agenda is our closed session. This evening, we have two closed session items. The first is item number 1, which is a conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representatives, our city manager, Andrew Murray, city attorney, Eric Casher, human resources director, Stacy Shell, Gregory Ramirez from IEDA, and the employee organizations include Pinole Police Employees Association, AFSCME Local 1, Local 512, and Management Compensation Plan. And the second item is conference with real property negotiators, which is government code, which is around Government Code 54956.8, property around 612 Chinnet Avenue. The agency negotiators are City Manager Andrew Murray, City Attorney Eric Casher, Community Development Director Lily Whalen, Susie Kim from RSG, Sanjay Mishra, the city's Public Works Director. The negotiating parties are Leonard Williams from LDW Investment Group, and under negotiation are the price and terms of contract. Madam City Clerk Bill, do we have any public comments on this item?
No, there are no public comments.
Thank you. Do we have any written comments? Oh, no, we don't. Thank you. All right. Any other comments from staff? All right, sounds great. Well, thank you so much. We'll be back no later than 6 p.m. Great. Hello, hello. All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor Devin T. Murphy, and we are coming back from our closed session item. I will now reconvene the regular meeting of Pinole City Council. There were no reportable actions from our closed session, so thank you so much. And we will continue moving down our agenda for tonight to item 6, which is citizens to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, thank you. In person, Rafael Menes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And tonight, I'm delighted to inform you that Pinole's COVID-19 case rate per 100,000 over the last 14 days has dropped down to 67.5, which, while it still isn't quite low enough that I would feel comfortable not wearing a mask indoors, I'd want our rate to be below 50 for that, is far lower than it was the last time I spoke with you. I believe we were well over 100 at that point. So congratulations to the community on keeping the transmission rate down, and hopefully we can continue and maybe eventually even get it all the way down to 0 as Diablo and Bethel Island have. Secondly, I'd like to note a few other events that are going on this week that people may or may not know about. There's going to be a meeting of the Community Services Commission tomorrow at 5 o'clock at City Hall. There's going to be a deadline for finishing to fill out the climate action surveys, so that's a bit of a consent calendar item on this Thursday, the 23rd, I believe. And there's going to be a river cleanup, the Pinole Creek cleanup, this Saturday at 10 a.m. meeting by the library sort of tennis courts area. If people are interested in joining in with that, it'd be a nice time to get out, be with the community and help clean things up. Also on Saturday, I think 11 to 1, there's going to be an event in Oakland involving one of our local representatives, Barbara Lee, who is apparently running for Senate in the soon to be open Senate seat in California. I think this may very well be of interest to many people in our community. I think that Representative Lee has done an excellent job representing her community as well as the state in general in her decades of service in the U.S. House, and I believe she would make an excellent senator, and encourage the community to look into her record and consider supporting her as you see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menes. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have Irma Report online.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And Mayor, I will make it very short. I'd like to make the announcement of the City of Pinole and Contra Costa County Fire Protection having their ribbon cutting ceremony for Fire Station 74, Saturday, March 4th, 2023, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pinole Valley Road at Station 74. We have been long awaited this opening for Station 74, Mayor, and I would appreciate, I know I spoke to the Fire Chief Wanku regarding advertisement. As usual, I'm a little concerned because we need banners, we need signs at every corner. This is a moment in time that we can't forget. Community needs to come together and get involved. We push for Measure X money to come to the city. Supervisor Joya was great in affording us this opportunity. And Mayor and Council, you did your homework. And so did the voters and taxpayers of Pinole. Let's make it a good opening and everybody be out there and celebrate this moment in time. So Mayor, please, I would appreciate if we could put a big banner downtown, maybe Pinole Valley somewhere, and maybe offer at the high school and the schools to put that on their scroll and put it on TV. Just let everyone know that we're moving forward and moving this city forward so that we all can be safe this year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
Thank you so much. The next item, so we'll close the public comment period until the end of the meeting, where we'll host another. And we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is reports and communications. And we will first have the mayor's report. I do have a few updates this meeting. First and foremost, I wanted to thank again Pinole Television as well as our city manager's team for helping with our monthly mayor's updates. I've been getting a lot of feedback in the community, and I'm really appreciative of all the work our city staff is doing. We will continue to do those monthly. In addition, I wanted to congratulate and thank again the African American Student Union for hosting a wonderful Black History Month celebration at the Pinole Valley High School on Saturday. Our students are phenomenal, and they showed us their artistic ways on Saturday. So thank you all for the invite. Thank you for hosting that wonderful event. It was certainly a joy to be in the room, so thank you. Again, I think as we have talked about for the last couple of council meetings, our council has decided to move forward with a contract with Fire. And on March 4th, which is a Saturday, the city of Pinole and Contra Costa Fire Protection District will be joining together to host a reactivation and ribbon cutting of Station 74. We invite the community to come out. We have sent some invitations out. We have also posted on our social media at City of Pinole. And so please do invite neighbors, friends, coworkers to join us in celebrating this tremendous accomplishment of our city, but certainly this tremendous accomplishment of our community that will really enhance our fire services and our emergency medical services. And I'm sure our city manager will probably have an update, so sorry to take a little bit of that. But I do want to encourage the community to come out on March 4th. The contract in our partnership does start March 1st, and that Saturday we'll be having an event, so please come out. I had the fortunate benefit to be invited to host and join with Principal Denise Steen, as well as West Contra Costa Unified School District Trustee Jamila Smith-Folds. Together we hosted or served as panelists, if you will, for a Collins Elementary School Town Hall. Thank you to Collins PTA, as well as again, Principal Denise Steen for inviting me to join our trustee and talking about ways that our city and our school district can come together to address infrastructure issues, but also to make sure that we have school campuses that folks feel safe, the teachers, the students, and even prospective students, right? So much is happening across campuses, across the United States, and we want to make sure one of the oldest schools in Pinole has the resources and the partnerships and support that they deserve. So it was great to talk to parents. I hope and really encourage folks to continue to make public comment. This is how our council really decides and understands the issues. Of course, sending emails and getting phone calls is in addition to that. So I'm just thankful for the opportunity to be a part of that town hall, and hope if other schools or other community members are looking to have that, please invite us, myself, as well as other council members. I'm sure we'll be more than happy to engage. The last couple of updates I wanted to say, I think council, you all received this email too. But I'm really excited to give an update about the Pinole Library. Starting this year, the county will be investing in close to $3 million in Pinole Library to address the majority of our deferred maintenance. Many of you all know the county is in ownership of our library currently, and they're working to develop a new HVAC system, exterior paint, upgraded electrical service, as well as installing interior LED lighting controls. Right now, this funding is coming from a mixture of California State Library, as well as Bay Area Air Quality Management District and Measure X sales taxes. Those funds and those grant opportunities have been all approved by the Board of Supervisors, specifically for Pinole Library deferred maintenance projects. This is a very exciting time for our city. I want to remind folks that we have come in the last 10 years between whether or not we have enough funding to fund our library for more hours to a true investment in partnership with our county to make sure that we have the necessary upgrades to make sure our library is to the standard that Pinoleans deserve. This work is expected to be completed by mid-2024, so please have some patience with us. But once the work is completed, there are going to be talks with our county about a more developed partnership, particularly around ownership and full responsibility of the library facility. So again, I'm just really excited to make this announcement and looking forward again to thinking of all the ways we can make our library, as well as all of our all of our facilities enhanced across the city of Pinole. Last two things I want to invite folks to come to between now and the next council meeting is this Thursday. We will be hosting the West County Mayors and Supervisors Association meeting. We have the fortunate benefit of hosting this month, so we will host at 8:30 a.m. In the Pinole City Council chambers. This is an opportunity for us as West County elected officials, as well as our staffs, to come together and create a forum around issues that are important to us regionally. So I invite the council, as well as all of our city staff and others who are watching, interested parties, to come out on Thursday here at the Pinole City Council chambers. This will be our first meeting of the year. There are a number of new mayors. I think every city has a new mayor this year. So it's going to be an exciting time. And again, we will be discussing the rest of the calendar for the year, as well as future agenda items for those monthly meetings that happen the fourth Thursday of the month at 8:30 a.m. And then last but not least, I wanted to just say I'm looking forward to joining our Pinole Rotary Club, Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed, as well as Pinole Creek Allies this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. For a community cleanup. If you are someone interested in cleaning up our community or even just meeting folks and being of service, we invite the public. We do host I do join Rotary and hosting monthly cleanups, but this is an opportunity for us to really come together as a city in many ways to, again, clean up and keep our creek clean. So if you're interested, please come out on Saturday. And that concludes my report. Any questions? Wonderful. So we will continue on with our mayor and council appointments. There are no mayor and council appointments this evening, so we'll go into city council committee reports. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that report. I have two items I wanted to just touch on. Is I attended a Cal Cities discussion, League of California Cities discussion on the new Cal fire maps that are coming out that will have an impact on all of the various jurisdictions, whether we have territory that's in the local responsibility area or state responsibility area. We do have an area here in Pinole, on Pinole Ridge, that is in the high fire severity zone. So there's more to come on those issues and adoption of the maps. And then the other item I wanted to bring up was I attended the WestCat board meeting, and what we have found is that BART, who covers the cost of our feeder bus system, since we don't have actual BART that comes up, to this area all the way up to Pinole, Hercules, Crockett area, and other parts of the county, BART funds a feeder bus system. And BART was proposing to do major cuts to that funding, which would have significant impacts on the services provided by WestCat. But I did just get communication from the general manager of WestCat saying that they have reached an agreement. There are some reduced funds, but through the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and BART, they will continue to fund, although the cuts will not be as severe. And this is over for this coming year and the following year. But if you have heard in the news lately about a fiscal cliff for transportation agencies, this is just part of that. So I'll keep you tuned in on that. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Councilor Tate.
No report.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez Rufin.
No report.
Thank you. Councilor Sasai.
No report for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll have future council requests for council requests for future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
I have none.
Councilmember Tave.
I have none.
Counselor Martinez Rubin,
None.
Counselor Sasai.
None for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll go to our city manager's report. City Manager Murray, good evening.
Good evening. It's been well covered tonight that we're having a transition in our service model for fire response and emergency medical. So as everybody knows, I think who's listening here, on March 1st, Confire will assume those responsibilities for Pinole, and we'll be doing so with more resources because we'll be opening Station 74. As was noted, there will be a ribbon cutting and grand reopening ceremony for Station 74 on Saturday, March 4th, beginning at 11 a.m. And we encourage members of the public to attend that. We have communicated that pretty broadly through our normal communication channels. In addition, we'll be sending all Pinole residents a paper mail, a letter describing this change in our service model, as well as a brochure that should arrive before March 1st, letting them know about this transition. So everybody is entirely aware of it. It won't change how you get in touch with fire services for emergency support. Dial 911 as always when it's appropriate. But we will have 2 fully staffed fire stations in the community, which will increase fire response. In addition, wanted to mention a few things that are planned for our next city council meeting, as is our practice. Our next council meeting is on March 7th. We'll be receiving a presentation from CalPERS on the changes there, including their experience with their return on investments and what that means for our city required contributions. We'll have a number of proclamations, including American Red Cross Month, Women's History Month, International Women's Day, Disability Awareness Month. We'll also have an update on our Pinole Perks program. We'll be asking the city council to approve a contract through which we'll be using city funds that the city council appropriated previously to work with a county program, BayRen, to provide additional weatherization and energy efficiency services to Pinole residents. We will get a report on city-owned property, which will include a request for funding for a facility master plan, which we don't currently have for our facilities. We'll get a presentation from the Mosquito and Vector Control District, which has important a relationship and involvement in code enforcement issues. There'll be the first read of 2 municipal code updates. One relates to code enforcement and our hearing process. Another is some updates to the fire code. We'll be discussing the salaries and benefits of the city's elected officials. We'll be getting the council's direction on some preliminary ideas for the redesign of the city's seal. We'll also be getting council direction on the city's activities for 4th of July this year, 2023, as well as council direction on activities for a potential Pinole Pride celebration, both an LGBT celebration as well as a city anniversary, 120 years in June 2023. Those are our future agenda items that we have tentatively planned for the next meeting. And then one last thing, the city council recently requested that city staff, as part of the city manager's report, provide a monthly update at the second council meeting each month on our street maintenance activities. And when we say street maintenance activities, we're talking about pothole repair, some minor patch paving of portions of the street asphalt, and sealing of the cracks with some new equipment we've done. We did not do much street maintenance this year. It's usually something that's performed in the warmer months. And we've had some outages in our staffing, but we did fill a number of potholes that were created as a result of the recent severe rain. Some of that predated a month prior to now, but we've filled a couple dozen potholes, and we'll be doing more of our street maintenance activities as the weather improves, gets drier and warmer. And that's my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Are there any questions from council members? Great. Oh, Councilor Tate.
Yeah, so we're saying that we did 24 potholes?
Yes,
You mentioned a couple dozen, okay. And then how many linear feet of crack sealing did staff perform?
none in the month prior to now.
Okay, so the reasoning behind that would be more towards the rain.
The rain, and also
Adjustment.
we've had some staff outages in the maintenance staff.
Got it, okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Right. Quick question for you. Is there a possibility to send them the roads of those crack holes? Or potholes, excuse me.
Sure, the locations?
Yep.
Yes, we'll assemble that.
Thank you.
a brief additional comment on that. We're implementing a new asset management software system, Beehive. It hasn't been the city's practice to consistently log our activities on things like that, but we will begin doing that so we can download reports from that system to provide the data for my monthly updates. So yes, we will
Fantastic.
provide to all of you a list of the pothole locations. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. All right, no other questions from council members? Wonderful. Well, we'll move forward with our agenda for City Attorney report. City Attorney Casher, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to report this evening.
All right, thank you. Next, we will keep moving. We are moving time. Item number 8 is recognitions, presentations, and community events. This evening, we have one proclamation for Day of Remembrance. And we want to, as a council, read through this. We all have our parts, and I think I will start us off. Great, let's get ready. So this evening, we have one proclamation for a Day of Remembrance, which was February 19th, 2023. Whereas on this day in 1942, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, which gave the U.S. Army the authority to remove civilians from the military zones established in Washington, Oregon, and California during World War II, and
Whereas this led to the forced removal and incarceration of some 120,000 Americans of Japanese ancestry living on the West Coast, who had abandoned their jobs, their homes, their lives to be sent to one of 10 concentration camps scattered in desolate, remote regions of the country. And whereas no Japanese Americans were ever charged, much less convicted of espionage or sabotage against the United States, and
whereas they were targeted, rounded up, and imprisoned for years simply for having the face of the enemy. And whereas every February, the Japanese American community commemorates Executive Order 9066 as a reminder of the impact the incarceration experience had on their families, community, and our country. And whereas on August 10, 1988, President Ronald Wilson Reagan signed into law the Federal Civil Liberties Act of 1988, finding that Executive Order 9066 was not justified by military necessity and hence was caused by racial prejudice, war hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. And
Whereas the Federal Civil Liberties Act of 1988 apologized on behalf of the people of the United States for the evacuation, incarceration, and relocation of Americans and permanent residents of Japanese ancestry during World War II. The act also provided for restitution to those individuals of Japanese ancestry who were incarcerated, and
whereas given recent national events, it is all the more important to learn from the mistakes of the past and to ensure that such an assault on freedom will never again happen to any community in the United States.
now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, proclaim February 19th, 2023 as a day of remembrance and encourage all citizens to recognize this as an opportunity to educate others on the fragility of civic liberties in times of crisis and the importance of remaining vigilant and protecting the rights and freedoms of all. Thank you. This evening, we have a representative from the Contra Costa Japanese American Citizens League who we would like to give our proclamation to and also invite you to make a comment at our podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. That was truly moving to me. My name is Jim Oshima. I'm from El Cerrito. My grandparents owned a rose nursery in Richmond and North Richmond starting in 1913. Adding the proclamation of Day of Remembrance of 9066, wrongful incarceration of 120,000 Japanese Americans in 1942. My organization, the Contra Costa chapter of Japanese American Citizens League, represented Japanese Americans since 1932. here in Contra Costa, and is proud of this proclamation that you just made, so that other American civil rights are not violated in this manner again. My family was temporarily incarcerated in Tan Fran racetrack in a horse stall. And later, my family, they were incarcerated in Gila River, Arizona, incarceration camp on Native American lands. From the incarceration camp, my Uncle Fred volunteered for the US Army, served in Italy, France, Germany, while his family was incarcerated. I appreciate that Pinole will join the JACL in acknowledging this moment in history so that we can support each other and prevent this from happening to other Americans. And again, I'm very proud of how you presented the proclamation. It was truly motivational. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And thank you, Mr. Oshima, for being here this evening. If you'd like, we'd love to take a picture with you and, of course, anyone who would like to join us in the audience at this podium.
That's President Yoko. I think she was originally supposed to do the proclamation.
And President Yoko, please, after our photo, we'd love to hear from you as well. If you feel obliged, after our photo, we'd love to.
Thank you very much for inviting us and for the proclamation. This is the first time I've really heard of such a thing being done locally. I've been with the JACL for more years than I can count. I think 30 something years now. I lost count. But we've never really had this kind of a proclamation made to remember that we cannot repeat the past. So thank you very much from the Contra Costa JACL members. Our chapter has members in Pinole, in Hercules, El Cerrito, Berkeley. We have members all over, and in Oakland also. We have all kinds of members. We are now a more diverse group than we used to be. We have Muslim American women on our board, and we are extending our reach. We want to make a coalition with all of the minorities because this can happen to them too. All it takes is a war. Next thing you know, it'll be the Russians. Your Russian ancestry, maybe you're a spy. This is the kind of activity that we don't want to see happen again. And so proclamations like yours are going to help. It's a message to your community. It's a message to the Bay Area. It's a message to the nation that you will not tolerate this kind of behavior. And so we thank you very much for your support. And we hope to work with the City of Pinole in anything that you wish to do. If you want to reach out to our chapter, we will be happy to help you in any way. So stay in touch. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And we thank you again for all you do for our Contra Costa and global community. And again, we as the sixth most diverse city in the state of California, we are proud to be in solidarity truly with all communities, but especially those who are vulnerable and marginalized. And so thank you again for all of what you're doing. And I'll also open it to council members if there are any comments from our council. Councilor Sasai?
This is very close to my heart, especially as somebody who has grandparents who were incarcerated in these camps. Grandfather was incarcerated in Jerome, Arkansas, and his family was also incarcerated there. My grandmother was incarcerated in Tui Lake, California, which is regarded by Japanese Americans to be the toughest prison camp in the US in terms of treatment. And so I've heard so many stories from my grandparents about what it was like to be held in horse stables, as Jim had mentioned, and how that made them feel, and being imprisoned behind barbed wires in facilities that were guarded by folks who were armed. And so it's also great to recognize that in this proclamation, as it is read, how much the importance of recognizing that this was an assault on freedom, and how important it is to also learn from the past, so we don't repeat this mistake in the future. And so when it comes to treatment of folks on the border, and how inhumane that is, and how they are treated as though they are less than human, it's important that elected officials, whether it's local, county, state, or federal, make statements and really stand up to those inhumane treatments, because it's important. It was important back then. It's important now. So I'm very honored that City of Pinole is recognizing this day of remembrance for the first time in its history.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai. I'll take it to our city clerk, Bell. Yes.
Yes, I was just going to say we do have a member of the public, Rafael Menez, to comment on this item.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I'd like to start by thanking Councilmember Sasai for his comments on the direct impact on his ancestors that this racist executive order 9066 had, the harms that it had, and that we've at most partially compensated for through reparations in 1988, as the proclamation noted. But I'd also like to make some comments about the insidious nature of that proclamation, because it stated that it authorized the military commanders to exclude any and all persons from those areas. And at the time, because of racism, that was primarily applied to individuals of Japanese American descent, or first generation or second generation immigrants from Japan. But I would note that if racist biases in California at the time were somewhat different, it could have just as well impacted the Italian American population in Pinole. If you look at the 1940 census, there are quite a few entries there of households whose place of origin is Italy, and Italy was at war with the United States. So some people might say this only impacted the Japanese American community. Why should we care about that? And I say because it doesn't stop at one community, one place, one ethnicity. When we decide that it's acceptable to deprive people of their constitutional rights because of who they are, because of where they came from, because of their ancestry, that concept spreads and it undermines all of our liberties, even if we're not part of that specific group. Maybe it's just because of good fortune. And the next time it would target our group, our community, where we come from. And it was just a matter of chance that it didn't this time. So I would say to everyone in Pinole, when we're remembering this proclamation, remember also that it could have impacted you. It could have impacted your ancestors if things were slightly different. So remember that the arbitrary deprivation of liberty from any group in our community harms all of us, not just then, but in the future. I would like to note and thank the past city council for the letter it wrote in opposition to the internment camps at the southern border in 2018, I believe it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on the proclamation presentation?
No, no more public comments.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for being here. And we will continue to be in partnership together.
Mayor Murphy, if I may.
Oh, yes, Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. I think it'd be important for members of the public to know that the city of Pinole had a mayor for 2 years of Japanese ancestry, Virginia Fujito. She served in 2008. And if you find out about her online, you will read that part of her strength was the moral character that she brought to the city council, and also the infectious laugh that she shared with all of those whom she touched, both in her private and public life. She was a resident of Pinole up until that year for about 30 years. She passed away in 2016, and I consider her one of the council members that, although not being on the reserved side. So although she served on the council, she was not one to really call for proclamations because she, for whatever reason, she felt that it was important enough for her to act upon her moral character and strengths in a different way. And so that is perhaps why you haven't seen a proclamation of this type from someone of that ancestry on the council, but I wanted to let you know that the council has had a mayor for 2 years, and that is a big thing when that happens, and happened to be of Japanese ancestry. And I was very pleased to know her. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. And again, thank you all for being here. We're going to continue on with our agenda, and we will be going back to our citizens to be heard, our first section. We do have 2 public comments under that section, so I'll open up the citizens to be heard item number 6. City Clerk Bell, do we have the two? Oh, I have them. Thank you. That makes sense. I have 2 public commenters. One is James Harris, and the next is Michael Dunn. And if you would be so kind to go to the podium, we have a microphone for you.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Friends here, the City of Pinole. First of all, thank you guys for the proclamation for my dad last meeting. Oh my God, you shocked me. You surprised me. That was beautiful. That's not why I'm here tonight. I've got a little situation. If you guys recall, when we had our fire meeting about the fire department, I spoke of the necessity to remove dead trees and to get moving on that project because it's a hazard, like nobody's business. Anyhow, that was general for the public, but I had my own situation at home where I've got trees in my neighbor's yard that are hanging over to like 70-foot pine trees that are completely dead. And they were a fire hazard in the summer. Now they're a hazard in the winter because of the wind and the rain, and they're snapping and falling. So far, they've fallen over the fence into the property owner's yard and not to my house, but there's some that are leaning that when they do snap, and they are gonna snap, they're gonna fall in my yard. I've been working on this for over a year and a half. I contacted the fire department and never got a response. Then I made several trips to planning and code enforcement, but by the way, you guys, I'm a planner. So I tried to follow the proper procedure, went down, filled out my request for them to come take a look at it. And to my surprise, the letter comes back citing me as the problem property. So I just said, oh, they made a mistake. I run back down. I thought I cleared it up. And I made about 6 more trips down, and every time I get a different reason. It's a health, safety, and welfare issue at this point. It could fall at any moment, you guys. We've got a series of them up our street that need to be dealt with. So I met with the code enforcement officer in several rounds, and I've got different reasons each time. But the last one implied that they didn't know whose property it was and that they would have to go to legal to figure it out. Well, that's fine and dandy, but meanwhile, the trees are still teetering over my yard and they need to be removed. Now, according to the ordinance, the city will remove those trees regardless of whose property they're on and put a lien on their property until they pay it off. Well, here's where we have a problem. Now we don't know whose trees they are, but we certainly knew whose trees they were, or they didn't care. When I got my letter, there was no dispute of whose property they were on. I find it ironic that, that this has happened. So I just want you guys to take a quick look at that and see what's going on in the planning department and why it's not being taken care of and why there's been so many excuses. I just want you guys to know that that is indeed going on.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. We will ask our city staff and our city manager to follow up with you. You've given us, well, at least on this card, you have contact information.
Yes.
So I'll ask our city manager to follow up with you personally.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. For
Have a
being
good
here.
evening, you guys.
Absolutely. Next we have Mr. Dunn.
Hello and good evening. My name is Michael Dunn, and I've been a resident here in Pinole for about 21 years. I am a homeowner behind Sprouts, that new area. I love that area, by the way. And during COVID, I started to, in terms of getting exercise, walk from my home to the park, right behind, I'm gonna say right next to Antlers area. I don't know what they call the park, Fitzgerald Park or Fernandez Park. And going out there to, to exercise. And the beautiful thing about that is I get a chance to walk the street to Pinole and I get a chance to just see what's happening in the city and walking through downtown and walking through the park. And probably about a couple of months ago, when I was out there exercising, and this is about 7:30 in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, a gentleman came up to me looking for drugs. And I know I didn't look like a drug dealer. I thought I was dressed like an athlete, but he must have thought I was looking like something else. And over the next couple of days, I would see other folks, and it was cold outside with short sleeve shirts, and you can kind of just tell the element. You could just see that the park was almost a resting zone for some folks that were out there looking for drugs or looking, for something of that nature. Then probably soon after that, I saw 2 uniformed police officers walking through the park at about 7:45 in the morning. And I thought that was pretty cool. And I think after that, I think I saw some UCs, some undercovers, but maybe not. It looked like a couple of undercovers. And then over the last couple of weeks, it's been really clear and clean. And I get a chance to see the folks from Parks and Recreation out there, keeping the facilities, up and clean and keeping that park all together. And one cool thing that happened this past weekend, I was actually driving, kind of switching a little bit and going to Best Buy, heading down the street, and I saw a Pinole police car. And I went to pull up on the side and was going to kind of do the normal kind of wave, and I looked over and the police officer looked like me. And I'm shocked, right? And I don't know the race, and I don't know the ethnicity, but he was dark skinned, and that was good enough for me. And I'm saying all that to say, Great job, City of Pinole. Really fantastic job. I mean, the park issue knocked it out the park. I mean, all of a sudden, an element was there and it was certain gone, right? And so I don't know what all you guys have been talking about, but I wanted to make sure I got here tonight to say you got to do one hell of a job. And I am proud to be a citizen in Pinole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. And just so you know, Mr. Dunn, we are proud to have a national leader in community policing as our chief, and that's Chief Neil Gang. He's done tremendous work in the city of Pinole. So you're thanking us. It's always great as a mayor to get that thanks, but we wouldn't be able to do it without a phenomenal staff and certainly a phenomenal chief of police. So thank you so much. And of course, thank you to our police who do incredible work, especially our officer of the year, Eugene Liu, and some other folks. So thank you so much for being here and thank you for the affirmation. I'm sure they would appreciate that. Thank you. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. We will continue and continue on with our agenda.
Mayor, we do have one comment online.
Fantastic. We'll continue to keep our citizens to be heard open and take the comment.
Okay, we have a telephone caller. Last four numbers 5748. Can you please unmute yourself, state your name and city of residence? Caller, are you able to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Yes, my name is Anthony, and I'm a longtime city resident of over 40 years, senior citizen, and homeowner in the city of Pinole. And I'd like to ask a few questions regarding, again, our public health and safety in the city, issues and problems. Specifically, first of all, a week ago, last Saturday night or Sunday morning around midnight, and I was out of town, but I got a notice from a friend and a copy of a video that there was like a major law-breaking car sideshow being conducted right in the middle of our town underneath the Pinole Valley Road I-80 overpass there by the bowling alley and Kaiser building, involving over a dozen or 24 cars, and what ended up in a grand finale of over 20 gunshot firings. And I haven't seen or heard anything on the news, nothing on the police department Google website or anything. So I'd like an update from the police department and the city manager on what has been done to address that, and if there's any kind of protocols in place to address avoiding or having the city public have to face that with regard to crime and health safety issues in our city. Were there any arrests made that night? Were there any citations given? Were there any car impounds given like they do in other cities like Antioch, Pittsburgh, Oakland? I can go on, but none in Pinole. So maybe we got a problem there, and the city council, if not the mayor, and some other people on the council can look into it and get back to us on that ASAP. In fact, you should have an answer tonight for some major incident like that and not put us off or the public off. The other item I wanted to ask about is the lights still being out on Pinole Valley Road, up and down from Henry intersection over there in front of the Sprout stores by Kaiser. The green street lights are still out, over half a dozen of them up to the underpass area, as well as the 3 or 4 light poles that were destroyed over a year and a half ago, that none of them have been replaced, that Dean Allison spent his time putting up in front of the corridor by the Trader Joe's shop.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. What we'll do is in the next city manager report, we'll just ask for an update with regards to those two issues, if that's okay, City Manager Murray.
Certainly.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
No, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. So we'll close the first public comment section and move and continue on with our agenda this evening. The next item is item number 9, which is the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, do we have any comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor. We do. We have a comment on 9F from Maria Alegria and a comment on 9J from Rafael Menez.
That was 9F and,
Excuse me, 9J.
okay. And are there any items that council members would like to pull? Councilor Martinez Rubin.
9A for a slight correction.
Okay, any other items that council members would like to pull? Not seeing any. I would like to pull G for question and F. F is already pulled. Great. So what we'll do is if I can entertain a motion to approve all items with the exception of A, D, excuse me, actually, let's take public comment on the items first and then we'll do a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. And then we also have 2 public comments online as well to follow.
Fantastic. So we'll take the first public comments that are in person. I think it was Miss Alegria and we'll have Mr. Menez as the second. Great.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Maria Alegria. First of all, I want to offer you congratulations on your reelection, Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Sasai, welcome to the Pinole family. And to you, Mayor Murphy, for your for being an exceptional mayor, and Maureen Toms as Mayor Pro Tem. So I wanted to give you a shout out while I had the floor. With that, my comments are really brief. I just wanted to request that the City Council revisit the project list for the 22-23 and look at reprioritizing the projects that are funded based on the Measure S 2014. And I'm asking that because the criteria for Measure S 2014 states that the City Council has allocated the use of that money to fund infrastructure projects as their highest priority. And then my second comment to that issue is that in that CPI for 22-23, that you include the traffic safety improvement on Tenant Avenue corridor to this project list, which also meets that criteria of Measure S 2014, which is to fund infrastructure projects as your highest priority. And those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Alegria. The next public comment, I think, was Mr. Menez.
Good evening again. So for this one, I'd like to first off start by thanking City Manager Murray for answering many of my questions that I provided in writing before the meeting started. But there was one of the consent calendar questions that I wanted to follow up directly because I think it might be better directed to the city attorney. I was curious about several of the amendments in 9J that the consultant the city is proposing to hire wanted to make to the standard consulting agreement. It seemed like they were saying there shouldn't be payment for insurance. They should require payment if a stop work order is given, limiting the liability to tangible personal property rather than all property, no reimbursement for legal fees, limitations on liability, and limitations on how the product produced can be used. And I was wondering, in the city attorney's opinion, I know that I already got the city manager's opinion, are those normal sorts of amendments for this sort of thing? And do you think the amendments are reasonable? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, we have 2. We'll start with Irma Report.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I'd like to make a correction on 9A minutes. Yvette Rico, thanked, Mayor Murphy, Mayor Pro Tem Toms, Council members Martinez Rubin and Councilmember Tave. Correction. It should have been Mayor Murphy, Mayor Pro Tem Toms, Councilmember Tave, and Councilmember Cameron Sase. They're the ones that attended the Rotary Club. So to reflect the videotape and the minutes should be corrected, Mayor. That's on 9A. And I also have a question on 9F. Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I do agree with Maria Alegria about revisiting these projects that were made a year ago. I think it's only fair that we bring them up to date. I had a problem reading one of their pages on the record on this one of the charts regarding base codes and stuff, and they have no footnotes on these reports. I'd like a little bit more detail, Mayor, on these reports so that we can understand them and ask better questions. We do need to revisit these projects. Some were unfunded, brought to the funded, and I agree totally with Maria Alegria. We need to change some of these projects to the unfunded and remove them. And thirdly, I do have a question on 9J. A consulting firm to hire. It looks like we issued the agreement on January 13, 23. We went out for RSVP, and then it was sent February 10th, 2023, a letter confirming the consultant that was approved or being approved. It's a consultant, Baker Tilly, and it's someone that's done work before in the city. My question, Mayor, it's only one proposal. I have a question. I have a problem with that. We've had a series of issues with just having one proposal. I think we need at least 3 bids. If we don't have them, continue going out. I know we've had this consultant before. What's their satisfactory work to the city? Are they okay? Have they done good work? I mean, we got to evaluate these consultants. We don't know whether they're coming or going, and we don't know if they're doing good work. So I'm very concerned with these consultants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments, Deputy City Clerk Stone?
Yes, Cordell Hindler.
Good evening, Mr. Hindler.
Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Like we've lost Mr. Hindler.
Okay.
There are no more public comments.
Okay, not seeing any public comments. We'll go back to our council. The first item to be pulled is item 9A. I too have 2 corrections in addition to the correction that the public commenter made around what I heard as references to Pinole Rotary. Throughout the minutes of that meeting, it's referred to the African American Study Union. It's African American Student Union. We want to make sure to change that. And then at some point, there's a highlighted portion where it is yellow. That would be Troy McConicle, which is the head football coach. So I'd move to change those references respectively, African American Student Union and Troy McConicle in addition. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, I think you had a few adjustments as well.
Yes, thank you. On page 14 of 560 in the packet, also part of the minutes of February 7th, page 14, second paragraph, Councilmember Martinez Rubin reported she had joined Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed and Ocean Conservation Club from Pinole Valley High School for a monthly cleanup. That actually took place on January 21st. And she thanked city staff for the facilitation of cleanup efforts. She highlighted the Thriving Earth Exchange project and indicated there was more information about that on that project's website, not the city website. Thank you.
City Clerk Bell, can you remind me, should we have an official motion on our amendments to those minutes?
Yes, if you just include as amended in the motion that you use for the rest of the items, that works for me, and I've noted all of them. There was the additional correction, page 3, regarding Councilmember Sasai's attendance at the Rotary Club. So if the council member wanted to add that, I can include that as well.
I referred to that earlier, so I would like that in the amended minutes. Thank you. Great, so that moves us to item 9D, or excuse me, under the consent calendar, item 9D, which is the receiving the quarterly investment report for the second quarter. I just had a quick question for our finance director, which is, I see here that the medium corporate note and Johnson & Johnson's maturity date is March 1st. What are we planning to do after March 1st with that asset?
You're muted.
Director
Dr.
Guillory.
Guillory.
Director Guillory, I think we're
Muted.
muted.
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. So thanks for the question, Mayor. Typically, we would replace that with a like investment for the portfolio. With the changes in interest rates and the current market conditions, we have not made any recent investments for any of the instruments that have matured in the recent past, but we'll be taking a look at those. But the city's practice in the past has been to replace them with like instruments.
In that case, would that just be another medium note, corporate?
Another medium-term note, yes.
Thank you. Great. Any other questions on 9D, comments on 9D from council? Not seeing any. 9F is the other pulled item. My question is, which projects are we set to complete in 2023? On the capital improvement plan. Director
So the-
Mishra? Yep, please go.
Okay. On fiscal year 2023, or you said calendar year 2023?
Let's go with fiscal year because I think that's the reference. So within this fiscal year 2022, 2023, which projects will be completed in the capital improvement plan?
Okay, currently, as we provided the status here, we are expecting to complete the EV charging station. We're expecting to complete, we completed a few of the projects which we have elaborated in the update report there. The diesel tank installation at the wastewater treatment plant, and some of the RFPs, the active transportation plan also are going to get awarded, but the plan won't be complete until probably next fiscal year. But I don't have a list with me to completely go which each of them. If you need it, I can provide that later, which we expect to complete this fiscal year.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Councilor Taif.
So on F, I'm seeing that you have the installation of high capacity trash bins, PA 2101. Is that, it doesn't have a date on it, but it says staff from 6 months, 1-year pilot project. Is this a project that we're looking to phase in over the course of a few years?
Correct. I mean, the idea was to really to verify whether this big valleys or similar systems is going to work for us, because our maintenance staff actually brought up a point that these trash compactors, once we compact, the total weight of those is going to be more than about 75 to 80 pounds when they take it out. And that is very hard to move with one person. So other places, what we have realized from our research that they have a equipment which actually is able to go and pull out that trash once it is compacted to and then dispose it. And we do not have such equipment in our plate currently. And that's why we said we're going to actually pilot this program to just have in 2 places in the city right now to see how it works for us. If it is, we are able to figure out something, then we'll continue installing. Otherwise, we'll have to come up with a different plan to the council.
So with that, the budgeted, I guess this would be on the next item, but I guess we want to ask the question. For this year, there's an allocation for that, for the trash bins. It sounds like it's more than what the pilot would be for this year. And then are we able to scale that appropriation? Or would you need that total amount? But I guess we'll get to that in the next agenda item. The same kind of concept for the traffic safety improvements on the Tenant Avenue corridor. And it looks like that's also mentioned for appropriations in the next, in the new business item. But I know that it's mentioned here, so is that something that the expectation would be that this is done within the calendar year of 2023, depending on what's selected? When it was included in this report?
So the idea in this report is to provide that the CIP project, as it is initially included, will not be completed because we are going to the smaller pilot project. So definitely the funds can be used for something else, or I'm sure Director Guillory probably can provide those details.
Okay, yeah, and I think we'll just get to that one. I just kind of saw them both mentioned. I'm trying to understand the scale that we're looking at and what money we're going to be allocating. Yeah, those were the 2 questions.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or motions on item 9F? All right, not seeing any, we'll go to item 9J. And if we can speak to what we heard in public comment around our process to select proposals, there was a reference to this being the only proposal we received. City Manager Murray, can you just speak to that issue?
Sure. It looks like Director Guillory is queued up and would like to make some comments, and I'll follow if I think there's anything to be added. And Director Guillory, you might be. Thank you.
Sure. So we only received 1 proposal for once we issued the RFP for the services. We issued the RFP and it was open for 3 weeks. We did have it on public purchase and it went out to a number of vendors that way. It was also posted on the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers RFP listing on the website. And I also pinged a couple of firms that I've worked with in the past just to let them know that the RFP was out there. And we only ended up receiving 1 proposal from that. And so from there, we evaluated the proposal and then I did a follow-up interview with Baker Tilly. And then the City Manager Murray and myself did another follow-up interview with Baker Tilly as well, just to discuss the scope of services a bit further, to also lay out our expectations for the project, as well as the community engagement component that we're expecting and the work that we expect around that. And we were satisfied with the response and the conversation and discussion that we had around that. And because we need the services for the budget process, which is coming up soon for fiscal year 23-24, as well as the development of the long-term financial plan, we decided that we would recommend to the City Council to move forward with this proposal.
And if I may add a little information, for a procurement such as this for professional services, we're not obligated to hire the lowest responsible bidder. So if we received 1 bid or we received 100 bids, if we thought none of them met the standards, then we wouldn't hire any of them. The flip side of that is if we get 1 proposal and we do the same thorough evaluation process to select a firm, if we get 1 proposal and we go through our normal evaluation process, which Director Guillory described, and believe that they can do the work, there's nothing wrong with hiring a firm, even if we got 1 proposal. I have only been in the city a limited time. I'm not familiar with the history that was referenced by the member of the public about past contracting issues and the performance of contractors, but we did a thorough vetting of this firm. And we're confident. I would welcome that member of the public to contact me to let me know what they perceive to be some contracting issues in the past. So I and the other current staff have that background so that we can make sure that we're not missing any blind spots, but I'm not aware of that history.
Thank you. City Attorney Castro, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to also address, there was also a question regarding some of the proposed changes to the this particular consulting services agreement. And just by way of background, we have pretty standard language in our request for proposal where we ask those who are proposing to provide us with any proposed changes that they'd like to see. We have a standard consulting services agreement. It's not a one size fits all because every service is different. And so sometimes we have auto insurance requirements when there's going to be no one driving a car, for example. So there's often questions regarding the indemnification and there's proposed changes to that. So we often will get the approval to move forward with the contract, and then the city manager and the city attorney reserve the right to negotiate final terms. And so I would say, ask the city council, if you were to move forward with this agreement, that's the direction that we would appreciate. Just, you know, the direction is to award and just authorize and delegate the authority to the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate the final terms, and then we'll work it out with the consultant.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right, I do have a rather specific motion. I want to make sure that we, in the next process, we've talked as a council around the 10-year forecast and strategic financial planning. I'm moving to direct staff to work with the selected consultant and all relevant consultants to incorporate elements of the participatory budgeting model as outlined by the participatory budgeting process into our strategic and financial planning processes, and utilizing the balancing act technology tools and solutions, specifically the budget simulation, prioritize, and taxpayer receipt modules, and provide a report of this progress in the quarterly financial reports. Can I have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments?
Just have a follow-up question. I just would like to check with the city manager or our finance director to see if the motion that you have stated is something that they can work within.
So I'm not familiar with all the details of the motion, so I don't know what those modules are, and I don't know how they would dovetail with our existing process. We, of course, have been using the balancing act tool, and we intend to use that again, but I don't know exactly what the scope or definition of the participatory budgeting process is, because I imagine that has different meanings to different folks. So I really can't comment on how that would fit with our existing system without knowing more, other than to say that in principle, we want to undertake a very engaging and open and participatory public engagement process around the budgeting process.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Any other questions or comments?
I have a clarifying question.
Absolutely.
So just for the benefit of the record, is this a motion to approve that item with that additional direction? Or is this preceding the motion to approve that particular item?
This would be a motion within the item to both approve it, but a amendment to, I guess, the scope.
So approval with the additional direction. Okay, that's very helpful.
Yep, absolutely. Other questions? Councilor Tate?
So city manager, we're paying for balancing act right now. We're just not paying for the additional module. Is that correct? Or are we paying? I guess I'm asking the question is, so whether or not we're paying like a monthly subscription, or did we pay for that tool?
So I'll defer to the finance director about whether that's a different module and whether we're paying.
So it's already included, and we pay an annual subscription fee for the balancing act, and there's various modules. So there is the prioritization, and then there's also the budget balancing, which is what we use for the ARPA funds to get community input.
Right. So it wouldn't be a stretch to go ahead and open that software up to include these other modules?
Yeah, they're already included. It's just a matter of using them.
And so, I mean, you might be able to tell us right now, based on your familiarity, Director Guillory, whether you have a clear understanding of the council motion and can confirm that that's something that we can implement as part of our budget process. If we know that right now, I don't have that level of expertise. But if we know that right now, that would be great and I think be informative.
Yeah, so I would ask for a bit more information on the participatory budgeting process. Just because as city manager Murray mentioned, that can mean different things to different people. So it's a type of budgeting process. Right now, the city uses the incremental budgeting process, and to change to another process could be a long and engaging process. So I'm not sure what the expectation would be around that, Mayor, if you could provide some clarity around that.
Sure. The elements of the participatory budgeting model they're outlined by the participatory budgeting project. So the idea here is that we would be working with our consultant as we think about the 10-year forecast and perhaps even new streams of funding that we have to engage the public in a more robust project. So we, for example, used the prioritize module to give us as a council insight around the use of American Rescue Plan Act funding, which is called ARPA. And so the motion on the table is to not just direct staff to work on this, but also if we're hiring a new consultant, engage in how we may utilize their scope of work to engage in both processes. So, if the motion is passed this evening, what we'll do is we would, of course, be working, or perhaps there will be an opportunity for our team or our city to reach out to participatory budgeting process to also support in that. They are a nonprofit organization, so I don't believe they are charging extra for that support. But the ask is in the motion is to direct staff to work with our consultants as well as our city finance staff to work with the participatory budgeting process to execute those strategic and financial planning processes.
And then I have one follow-up question.
Sure, of course.
For item J, when we're talking about the financial planning support, does that need to be built into the contract scope that is before us?
So yeah, we need to go back to the consultants to confirm that they can add that to the scope. I don't know if it'll have implications for the cost of the service. It'd be a change to the contract, but I'm doing some quick research here real time about the participatory budgeting project. And it sounds like it's a traditional budgeting process with some additional outreach to have a brainstorm of ideas from the community. And a volunteer group of community delegates develops ideas into feasible proposals. Then we have residents vote on those. And then we fund some of the winning ideas. And so that's I think that's, it wouldn't take much to tweak our current process to I think, take the shape of something that we would call a participatory budgeting project. It looks like it involves convening a steering committee of community representatives. There are budget delegates. Those things those are process steps that we didn't plan in the current budget process. I think Director Giller and I would have to think about what the timeline is to set those things up and whether it be feasible for this process. The 10-year forecast is, we have a piece of software that will chug out a 10-year forecast once we have the baseline in no time. So the forecast is kind of an analytical piece of work. It doesn't much have a community engagement component because we make some assumptions on our baseline that just kind of chugs out those numbers. So that's one thing. I guess, are we having an item, pardon me for not remembering. Do we have an item at our next council meeting on all right, let me refer to my planner here. So on item H is our the timeline and process for our budgeting. Can we incorporate? I don't know that given that we're at the end of February. Sorry, thinking here. Yeah, I think we can. So basically the two components of participatory budgeting, Director Guillory, feel free to weigh in if you'd like. are that we convene basically a community budget committee that comes up with ideas, and maybe a subset of that committee nominates a subset of workable budget proposals on which community members vote, and the city council agrees to fund those top vote getters. And that is something I think that we could, Director Guillory, confirm that my on the fly interpretation is correct, but I think that is something we could incorporate into the current budget process. That means that the city council is essentially committing to funding those winning proposals. I don't know what those would be, and I don't think that's making a commitment on what the amount would be. So then that's not something that staff can commit to, is the city council funding those things. But I think we could incorporate the components of participatory budgeting into this year's budget process. Yes.
And the motion, just to be clear, it can be incorporated, all those elements or parts of those elements, right? And also I wasn't specific about this year's budget. It would be great to have in this year's budget.
Okay.
But my motion,
quite a
if
jump.
folks, if we want the city clerk to reread the motion, or if that's easier.
I did not capture your full motion. If you would, I think you have it.
Yeah, I do. in front
That'd
of
be
me.
great.
So I'll just remind folks, and then Director Guillory, I'll let you go if you have a couple comments. So I said, I moved to direct staff to work with the selected consultant and all relevant consultants to incorporate elements of the participatory budgeting model as outlined by the participatory budgeting project into our strategic and financial planning processes, and utilizing the balancing acts, tools and solutions, specifically the budget simulation, prioritize, and taxpayer receipt modules, 3 different modules, and provide a report of this progress in future quarterly financial reports.
Okay, so I have a better understanding, which is incorporating some elements. It doesn't necessarily have to be in this year's process, but including those 3 modules.
It would be great in this year's process.
Thank
but
you, I
that's not the
understand.
motion. Director Guillory, did you have any comments or questions?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Martinez Rubin, did you have any comments?
Yeah, to the extent possible, it would be what would be added. And I think if you read the description of the scope of work or how this consulting firm works, there is a distinction in the timing of when they would involve the public, given the familiarity with concepts, processes, priorities, assessments, the existence of data that the city staff have available and that they regularly visit and examine to determine what projects would be recommended. It's a different kind of approach than inserting a public participation in initial stages of this budget development process, which I think perhaps is what you're leaning toward. I would favor what the consultants have recommended, and I think how staff work is that we rely on their availability and expertise, not only with issues related to Pinole, but as well the expertise of consultants who have worked statewide with municipalities of different kinds in different kinds of situations, some of them which have also a bearing on the matters that we're interested in, which is fiscal solvency and availability of funds to carry us through both the short term and long term to the extent of up to 20 years, and rely on staff's professionalism and expertise. And with the modules that focus on community involvement, not to do away with that, but to the extent possible, involve a set of modules that has been created and sort of branded their modules. This balancing act is an entire process, but it's not as foreign as one might imagine if we look at the concept that the consultants have presented in their scope of work. It's actually quite extraordinary that they have built in the inclusion of community participation when and where they have. So.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. Any other comments or questions? All right, if I can, in that case, there is a motion and a second on the table. If I can ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Is this for just item J or
It's
for the
a-
entire?
It's a motion to amend item J.
Oh,
Correct?
That's how I understood it with, so approval of item J, with the additional direction. Okay, Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, that was the last item that was pulled. So I'm guessing that no other council members have comments or would like to pull an item, so I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the rest of the consent calendar.
I'll move approval of the remainder of the consent calendar.
All right, is that,
Subject to the modifications to the minutes. as
Thank you.
described.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? All right, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
And Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, council, and thank you, City Clerk Bell, and thank you to the public. The next item is public hearings. There are no public hearings tonight, which means that the next item would be old business. There is no old business as well. So we will move on to our new business, which is item 12A, overview of just cause eviction regulations and provide possible direction to city staff. This is a receiving of a report as well as providing direction. City Manager Murray and Director Whalen, please take it away.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I'll ask PCTV if they can pull it up for me and run the slides. And as they're doing that, I am Lily Whalen and I'm your Community Development Director. And this evening, we're going to be talking about just cause eviction regulations. So we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. At the second meeting in January this year, the council asked for a background item regarding just cause eviction regulations. We've conducted some research and we'll walk through highlights of the staff report tonight. After the presentation, we'll have an opportunity for council questions, public comment, and council discussion and direction. This slide shows the agenda for tonight. I'll be covering the purpose of just cause eviction regulations, an overview of the tenant and landlord relationship in California, a background on tenant protections at the state level, a high-level review of the eviction process, some information on Pinole's current rental stock and tenant protection programs, options for council consideration, and potential next steps. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the council requested this agenda item to learn more about just cause eviction regulations. Just cause eviction laws are tenant protections that prevent evictions and promote housing stability by limiting the causes for which a landlord can evict a tenant or refuse to renew a tenant's lease when the tenant is not at fault or violation of any law. The allowable causes for eviction are separated into at-fault just causes and no-fault just causes. At-fault causes are a limited set of reasons a landlord can evict a tenant based on the tenant's actions. No-fault causes are a limited set of reasons a landlord can evict a tenant due to the landlord's actions. Just cause laws aim to benefit tenants by protecting renters from evictions for no fault of their own, delivering a sense of stability to tenants, discouraging renters from self-evicting when they receive eviction notices from landlords, and empowering tenants who are experiencing poor living conditions, discrimination, or other illegal landlord behavior to advocate for improvements with landlords or file complaints without fear of retaliation. In some cases, these laws also protect tenants from unreasonable rent increases. Just cause laws can be enacted at federal, state, or local levels. Currently, no federal just cause laws exist. However, 5 states across the nation have implemented just cause legislation, including California in 2020. Next slide, please. Jumping back to the basics, a rental agreement or a lease allows a tenant to legally live in a housing unit or a room owned by a landlord for a period of time in exchange for a set amount of money, which is called rent. The period of time is called a tenancy, and it can be a fixed term, like 6 months or 1 year, or it could be periodic, like a week to week or a month to month. The lease is a written agreement that specifies, among other items, the amount of the rent, timing of payments, amount of security deposit, and when the tenant can legally withhold rent. In California, the Tenant Protection Act of 2019 provides guardrails with respect to termination and evictions in California. Next slide, please. So what is this act? The Tenant Protection Act of 2019, or AB 1482, as I'll refer to it in this presentation, is effective in California for a 10-year period, starting January 1 of 2020 through January 1 of 2030. It requires a landlord to have a defined just cause in order to evict a tenant. The law only applies when a tenant has lived in a unit for at least 12 months or longer, and it also distinguishes between at fault and no fault causes for eviction. For units covered under the law, landlords are also limited in the amount of rent they may increase for the unit on an annual basis, what's known as a rent cap. Next slide, please. The first category of just eviction causes under AB 1482 are at-fault eviction, and no relocation compensation is required of the landlord to the tenant under an at-fault eviction. In the case of an at-fault eviction that is correctable, such as failing to pay rent on time or subletting the unit in violation of a lease, a landlord must serve the tenant with a 3-day notice to allow the tenant to correct or cure the issue before evicting. For example, if a tenant doesn't pay rent on time, a landlord must serve the tenant with a 3-day written notice that would allow the tenant to get caught up with the rent payments prior to the landlord being able to move forward legally with an eviction. Additional at-fault causes are listed in the column on the screen to the right. These involve tenant behavior that's at odds with California's laws for tenant behavior, known as statutory causes. And these types of at-fault causes, such as using the unit for an unlawful purpose or refusing to move out after giving notice to terminate the lease, do not require the landlord to allow the tenant to correct or cure the issue prior to eviction. Next slide, please. The next category of just cause evictions under AB 1482 are no fault evictions. No fault causes include such reasons as the landlord's plan to move into the unit, withdraw the unit for the rental market, or planned demolition of the unit. The tenant's actions are not responsible for the eviction of the tenant or the reason why the tenant needs to leave, and therefore the cause is no fault. In the case of a no fault eviction, the landlord must compensate the tenant for relocation expenses. The compensation is 1 month's rent, and it can be in the form of waiving the last month's rent or making a payment to the tenant. Next slide, please. There are some types of property and situations that are exempt from the provision of AB 1482. It does not apply to all properties. Overarching tenancies where none of the tenants have resided in the unit for 12 months or more are exempt from the law, as the law does not provide any tenant protection for short-term occupancies of less than 1 year. Specifically, the exemptions in the left column on the screen here are exempted. The situations in the left column are exempted from both rent control and just cause restrictions in California state law. And these include most single-family properties, duplexes where the owner lives in one of the units, multifamily units built within the last 15 years, and deed-restricted affordable housing. Additionally, some properties are exempt from just cause requirements, but not rent control under AB 1482. This includes owner-occupied housing where the tenant and the owner share sanitation facilities, and single-family owner-occupied properties renting rooms or a junior accessory dwelling unit. Next slide, please. This slide provides a very high-level overview of the eviction process in California. Before legal action can be taken, a landlord must provide written notice to the tenant. Depending on the situation, the notice could be as short as 3 days and as long as 90 days. Next, once the legal action has been started, the tenant is served by a process server or a deputy sheriff. The tenant would have an opportunity to file a response. If a response is filed, a trial date is set. If a response from the tenant is not filed, the landlord can file papers to ask the judge to hear the case. The judge would then consider the facts and make a decision. If the landlord prevails, a 5-day notice to vacate is issued by the sheriff, and the landlord is not allowed to evict the tenant. Next slide, please. The figure on this slide shows a graph comparing the eviction filing rate in Pinole and Contra Costa County to the national average from the years 2000 through the latest data year 2018. According to the eviction lab in 2018, renter households were threatened with evictions in Contra Costa County. There were approximately 7.7 eviction filings per day that year in 2018, for a total of 2,800 filings that year. In Pinole, the data shows that in 2018, there was 1 eviction filing in the city. Next slide, please. This slide provides some information about Pinole's current rental housing stock. In 2021, Pinole's housing inventory totaled just over 7,000 units. Single-family detached units comprise 70% of the housing stock. This is the largest percentage of housing stock in Pinole, that type of housing. Multifamily housing followed, making up 20% of the housing stock. Single-family attached, such as townhomes and condominiums, made up approximately 9% of the housing stock. Analyzing the 10-year split of the various housing building types reveals that over 80% of detached single-family homes were owner-occupied, and conversely, multifamily housing was similarly predominantly renter-occupied. Next slide, please. Other than protections provided in statewide protections under AB 1482, Pinole has not adopted local regulations that would provide just eviction or rent cap protections for tenants locally. We fall under the state 1482. However, the city does regulate rental units under a residential health and safety rental inspection program, and also performs substandard housing inspections pursuant to California AB 838. The city of Pinole requires that all rental units in the city be inspected to meet habitability and safety standards. The intent is to ensure that the rental stock is maintained and compliant with city codes, and requires an inspection once every 3 years to ensure compliance with all codes and housing law, including substandard housing law. A business license must also be maintained for each property used for rental purposes. We conducted a review of our business licenses, and we found 383 active business licenses on file with the city for a total of just over 1,000 rental units. Of those units, 15 properties contain 5 rental units or more, 4 contain quadplexes, 12 contain quadplexes, 4 contain triplexes, 11 contain duplexes, and 333 are single-family homes. Next slide, please. With respect to substandard housing, AB 838 provides a process to address tenant complaints of substandard building conditions, and provides right of entry to the city to enter and inspect and direct correction. AB 838 requires the city to conduct an inspection of property when it receives a complaint of substandard building condition to determine whether the conditions are substandard. If a condition is found to be substandard, the city then prepares an inspection report and issues citations as appropriate and requires correction of the issue. Next slide, please. So we've set the stage for discussion about just cause evictions. And so now we can discuss some options for more robust tenant protections in the city if that's what the council desires. There may be more options. However, the ones we've identified for council consideration are to 1, rely on state existing law, 2, adopt existing state law into our municipal code, or 3, adopt stronger protections than state law. So we'll talk about, next slide, please. I'll talk about the first option here. The city could continue to rely on existing state law for renter protection. These protections are in place in California today, what I mentioned. The city could enhance resources available online by adding information to the city's website about AB 1482. Additionally, implementation of Program 20 in the 6th cycle housing element will involve meetings and workshops to inform residents and landlords of sources of income protection and state rent control laws, such as AB 1482. And through this program, the city will also coordinate outreach efforts to inform landlords and tenants of recent changes to state law that prevent source of income discrimination, including allowance of housing choice vouchers to establish a renter's financial eligibility. Slide, please. The second option is to adopt existing state law at 1482 into the city's municipal code. In addition to the enhanced notification and information about tenants' rights as described in option number 1, the city could consider adopting an ordinance that mirrors the protections in AB 1482. The goal of adopting those regulations into the city's municipal code via an ordinance would be to provide additional local protections to tenants and extend the protections granted by AB 1482 beyond 2030, which is the year that law will sunset in California. The ordinance could be relied upon as an affirmative defense in a court proceeding for an unlawful detainer and may be the basis of civil litigation brought by a tenant. The city would not be enforcing the ordinance since it's not involved in the unlawful detainer process. And therefore, there would be no additional staff effort associated with implementing the ordinance other than providing notification to the community. Next slide, please. The last option in the staff report is to consider adoption of stronger protections than AB 1482. AB 1482 does not replace local just cause eviction laws that provide tenants greater protection. The city could consider adopting just cause regulations that are more protective for tenants than state law. And some examples from other jurisdictions include Oakland's recent ballot measure, which increased protections for tenants who live in RVs, tiny homes, and newly constructed homes. In addition, the measure prohibits no-fault evictions for children and educators during the school year, as well as prohibiting an eviction on the basis of a tenant failing to sign a new lease. We've also provided an example from Los Angeles. Their recent ordinance adopted earlier this year includes a universal just cause policy, which applies protections to all tenants. It also includes a provision that ensures no tenant will be evicted for falling behind a small amount on rent, and a relocation assistance policy for renters facing large rental increases. And then finally, their ordinance includes roommates and pets who were adopted during the pandemic and otherwise not noted on the lease to remain in place for another year. In addition to establishing just causes for eviction, ordinances can also include relocation assistance components and more robust noticing requirements. Additionally, often tied to, often the just cause eviction ordinances are often tied to rent control ordinances. Some cities in California have established a just cause ordinance without a rent control program in place. For example, for tenants who rent their unit for a minimum of 2 years in San Diego, landlords are limited to just cause reasons for eviction. Next slide, please. So there are a number of questions the City Council may want to consider in studying more protective just cause eviction regulations. So first, when should just cause eviction protections apply? What type of units should be regulated? Next, what should qualify as a just cause for eviction? What grounds should be included as just or unjust causes for eviction? What circumstances should allow an owner to evict tenants in order to convert their units to another use? Next, what are the costs of just cause eviction protections? These type of protections can increase the cost of evictions for landlords and also limit landlords' control over an important aspect of their ownership rights. Such regulations therefore may make investment in the housing stock to which the protections apply less appealing, potentially having a negative effect on the growth and quality of the housing stock in the city. Additionally, depending on the type of regulations desired, there could be associated financial costs to the city for staff, legal or otherwise, time to establish, monitor, enforce, and report on a program. Next, we should consider if there should be additional penalties for landlords who fail to comply with just cause eviction requirements. Some jurisdictions impose civil or criminal penalties on landlords who violate just cause policies. In many jurisdictions, landlords may have to pay damages and attorney's fees to wrongfully evicted tenants. Requiring landlords to compensate tenants being evicted without cause can also serve to discourage landlords from taking such actions, while at the same time helping to mitigate the burden imposed on tenants. And lastly, what other procedural protections are available? Many jurisdictions adopt other forms of procedural and substantive eviction protections that are not part of any just cause program. Procedural protections may include enhanced notice requirements, discovery rights, and the right to a jury trial. Next slide, please. Coming to the end here. So there may be some value in exploring other dedicated affordable housing actions to prevent or mitigate displacement of existing tenants due to escalating rents. So here's some examples. Minimum lease or term ordinances like Mountain Views require longer term leases for renters as opposed to month. Standalone locally required assistance, relocation assistance ordinances for no fault evictions. For example, in order for the landlord to move in or if the landlord is renovating, have been adopted by some communities. Foreclosure assistance programs, financial or otherwise, for homeowners when they're at risk of foreclosure, may avoid tenant displacement. Rental repair and rehabilitation programs may help to provide funding or other assistance that help landlords with repairs and rehabilitation of rental housing, which also avoids tenant displacement. And finally, source of income non-discrimination ordinances outlaw discrimination based on sources of income, such as a housing voucher. And California's tenant protection law includes protection for this type of discrimination, which is prohibited. Next slide, please. If the council desires to engage further on this topic, staff recommends the council give the following direction to staff. So first, we would recommend conducting stakeholder outreach and consultation to understand different perspectives and pain points. And this could include meeting, engaging landlords and tenants in a survey, meeting with representatives of landlord associations, engaging with local real estate professionals, and meeting with representatives of tenant associations. After engaging with the community, staff could return to council with more information, verifying and clearly defining the identified problem, and also identifying possible actions to address the problem. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. We are available for questions. I've also included a list of resources for renters who may be facing eviction or other issues on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Whalen. City Manager Murray, did you have additional comments before we go to question? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So thank you again for your presentation. We'll go to council member questions. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes, thank you for that report. That was a lot of information, and I know that it was a quick turnaround. Did I hear you say that in 2018 there was one eviction in Pinole?
Thank you for the question. That was the data on the eviction lab that they were reporting. I did not dive into I did not ask the court, the county.
Okay.
But I can follow up on that if there's some questions.
So that would be one eviction that ended up in court versus.
I think the data was filings.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilor Tate.
So do we know how many evictions? We're only saying there was one filing, but we can't really tell how many people may have been evicted in that time frame. It was just that somebody challenged the eviction, right? That's why I'm hearing it, right? Okay.
Well,
I
let's
think
get-
so, yes.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
when you mentioned about the data, right? And I guess I'd be interested to know like how many people were displaced. You know, or somebody said, hey, you know what, the rent's too high. And then kind of what those trends would look like as to why somebody would be renting in Pinole, what those rental trends look like as far as how much per normal, like what the normal market would be in the Bay Area versus, you know, rents being raised in Pinole. So what that delta might look like. And then I'm definitely, just as far as question goes, I really like the fact that you had this survey and try to gather some data as to what our rental market looks like in Pinole. It sounds like it's still 1/3 of Pinole is rented out. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it's about 70-30 split
Wow.
of owner. Renter.
Okay. Okay. So that mean, yeah, I see where you're going. Okay. Well, I'll wait for comments. I think we were just taking questions. Thanks for saying.
Councilor Martinez Rubin, did you have a question?
Somewhat related to the information that we had, because I think what drove this discussion was felt need given what I am guessing are the results of the moratoria that existed during the COVID, and those coming to an end, and perhaps hearing or observing that people were being evicted or had to leave their homes, which is different from the circumstances that preceded COVID. So I wondered if there was more to discover data-wise post 2018, and the distinction between filing rates versus eviction rates. I think other council members alluded to that as well. How well does the city keep information, well, does the city keep any information about the penalties that landlords who fail to comply with the state law as it exists now, whether there are any penalties that are, what do you do to penalty? You incur a penalty? No, you impose a penalty. What, do we have any information in the city for those rental units that are licensed that there was a failure to comply with existing law?
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. I don't have that information. I'd be happy to look into it to see if we can provide that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilor Martinez Rubin?
No, I think questions will come out as comments are made by council and or we hear comments from the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sasai. Yes, Director Whalen, do we have any data on maybe the rent increases we've seen imposed on tenants or unfair rent hikes that may have not resulted in evictions? And how maybe that have looked like in the past few years, including during the pandemic?
Thank you, Councilmember Sasai. Are you, just for clarification, are you asking after 2020 and from data from after 2020 on rent increases in Pinole?
For pre-pandemic and post-pandemic.
Yeah, there was some information in the staff report of 2015 versus 2020, and the median rental price increased 30% over the course of those years. But I don't have updated information. I wasn't able to provide updated information as part of the staff report. I could do some more research and bring that back to you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilor Sasai? Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Thank you. Just saw my notes. From what I've read, there is a cutoff point for properties built before 15 years is what, I'm sorry, earlier than 15 years ago. But that timeline keeps moving, right, as we progress into the future. So does it make sense to have a cutoff? And what's the rationale for that? Why, what is it that protects newer properties from being subject to the same law that is being applied to the older properties so that they would comply with 1482?
Thank you. I don't have an answer for you. I wasn't able to do a complete in-depth, dive into the law and how the different exemptions came to be. I can do more research and get back to you on that.
Thank you.
And I think there is some debate on the 15 years in doing some research. I found some folks asking, is it rolling, or is it from a certain date, and 15 years from that date as 1482 does sunset in 2030. So I don't know if there's been case law that has battled that out yet or not. And I don't know if the city attorney knows that either. But we can do some more research and get back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it'd be in the interest of trying to understand better if there's any valid reason for a cutoff period or not. And if we were to think about any adoption or strengthening, or even having an ordinance comparable to 1482. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, not seeing any, we'll go to public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We do. Rafael Menez and Faye Yassini here in person.
Good evening again, council. So I'd like to start first by reading in some of the answers I got from the city manager's office earlier today into the record, because I think they're relevant to some of the questions that have been asked tonight. I inquired about the multifamily residence point and was wondering if there are any multifamily residences that fall into that category. And the city manager noted that there was one triplex that was undergoing final certificate of occupancy review, but that there weren't other multifamily residences built in Pinole since 2008. And that there wasn't rental price data from, the city didn't have rental price data from after 2020. I'd like to note that as the city is considering perhaps adopting these protections or adopting stronger protections, that we also consider in that process the practical power dynamic between landlord and tenant. Because we can say that there are legal defenses that the tenant can bring up and that hopefully this will lead to a decrease in self-evictions. But your average tenant may not know that these protections exist. The landlord may not know that these protections exist. So the landlord could simply say, we're just going to tell you to leave in violation of the law. And if they don't know law, and the tenant doesn't know the law, and there's no process for the law to be enforced, the tenant might well just evict themselves because they don't have the money to fund a legal case. Or even if they did have one of the statutory defenses, that they didn't have the money to, fight for that and pay the rent, as it were. The balance of power overall in these situations is, by the fundamental nature of the situation, tilted towards the landlord because they're the one that owns the property. And so they're the one that, in the worst case scenario, could take out loans based on the property to capitalize on legal action in a way that a tenant simply could not. And tenants tend to be in a weaker financial position than a landlord with regards to seeking out legal action. So I think that to the extent the city wants to establish tenant protections, that relying on tenants to file suit to claim the benefits of the protection may not necessarily achieve the goals that the city wants to seek out, just because of the difficulties in finding a lawyer, paying for the lawyer, identifying whether they want to risk antagonizing their landlord, because while there are protections in state law against retaliation, again, there's the question of who enforces those protections and how difficult it is to actually have the protections be enforced. So, yeah, those are the points I wanted to bring up with regards to this, and I would urge the council to consider adopting protections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. Next public comment. Good evening.
Good evening to the Ottawa City Council of Pinole. My name is Faye Yassini. I'm with the California Apartment Association, the CAA. We've been representing rental housing providers for more than 80 years. Prior to the pandemic, my colleagues played a great role in the development of Assembly Bill 1482, which Ms. Whalen, by the way, thank you for the report, she referred to. AB 1482 was carefully curated to balance the needs of both tenants and housing providers. The bill was passed in October 2019 and took effect in January 2020, just to remind everyone how new this bill still is. And then just a few months later, the COVID pandemic hit, and then there were ensuing ordinances. However, this law provides robust protections for tenants. For instance, when the tenant is not at fault, when there's a termination of tenancy, excuse me, the landlord has to pay a relocation compensation. Most of these housing providers, by the way, as was indicated in the staff report, they're mom and pop housing providers that own single family homes. And since AB 1482 is already in effect, With secure tenant protection regulations, the CAA supports the city staff's recommendation to do further outreach, and we would support any effort to educate tenants and housing providers about their rights via emails, videos, social media, and workshops. And if the California Apartment Association could be a resource for you, we'd be more than happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, thank you. Tyra Wright.
Evening.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for allowing us to have the opportunity to speak. I hope everyone is well. I just want to stand in support that you should probably go with the staff recommendation to adopt 1482. And the reason I say that is because I actually live in the city of El Cerrito. By the way, I am a resident of El Cerrito. I am also here representing the Contra Costa Association of Realtors as a realtor, not the association itself. I worked on a task force within the city of El Cerrito, like right at the beginning, of COVID. Okay, if you want, it was 2019, but it kind of went into 2020. And city of El Cerrito was also considering rent control just cause eviction. The task force recommended 1482 as a result of what occurred. The city put in place a rent registry, and that registry came back with information and data that basically supported that it was needed. There weren't that many evictions that were occurring in the city of El Cerrito. 1482 does provide for just cause eviction as was put up. Excuse me, I'm getting tongue-tied this afternoon, as it was provided in the report. So I strongly suggest or strongly recommend that you look into that as being whether you use 1482 as an ordinance or as it is in recommendation number 1. If you have any questions as it pertains to that, I'd be more than happy to help you as best I can. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments in person?
No more in person, but we do have 3 online.
Thank you.
We'll start with Debbie Mackey.
Good evening. I would also have to agree with Tyra. I would stick with the current policy that's in state, AB 1482. I believe it was one of your council persons that asked why the exemption for properties that were only 15 years old were exempt. Part of that is because they were trying to allow builders to recapture some of their costs when building properties. As you know, it's very expensive to build right now, and we have a housing crisis. So trying to put in more rules for the mom and pop landlords, you're going to find that they're going to sell off the inventory and you're not going to have as many rentals available. I think the presentation that staff laid out was very well put. Great job, staff. And if we just stick with the current laws that California already has in place, it will be more friendly for investors to invest in the city of Pinole. And with that, I thank you guys for everything you do. And that completes my comments.
Eric Myers.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. My name is Eric Myers. I've been a business owner in Pinole for 19 years. I'm a resident of Hercules, California. In real estate, I've been practicing real estate law the past 9 years with an emphasis in landlord-tenant law, so that I know this topic very intimately. That was a great overview of the law and a great presentation. but I'm going to give you a little bit of what practicality of what goes on with evictions. A tenant, when an eviction is filed, a tenant automatically receives a notice from the court with all of the free legal aid organizations available to the tenant for defense, for counsel, anything. And an eviction doesn't even have to be filed in the court for the tenant to be able to avail him or herself of this resource. It's there. So in reality, what happens in most of the cases I file, and I'll tell you, I file cases in the entire county, Pinole are very few. Most of them are in other areas, other counties. I do the whole Bay Area, all the way up parts of Northern California. More often than not, is the tenant, of course, is going to call and get free counsel, as the tenant should. And then what's going to happen is you're going to get a boilerplate answer that accuses the landlord of everything from A to Z, regardless of the facts, and at the end demands a jury trial. Now, this is very important because the presentation said the judge decides. No, that's not what's going on now. It's a jury. And a jury costs the landlord 15 to 20 grand to go to court on in terms of legal fees and expenses and costs. What does it cost the tenant? Zero. So there's an incentive there to threaten a jury trial, whether or not the facts are on the landlord's side or not. So what happens is 90% of these cases settle between the lawyers, myself, usually on the other side. And there's significant concessions given to the tenant. The tenant may or may not move. They may or may not, typically they don't have to pay any of the rent that they're owed. They don't have the eviction on their record. It remains what's called mass. So the next landlord's going to never know it was filed. And then it gets dismissed with prejudice. So the landlord can never come back at the tenant for anything that was owed, any other damages, etc. So I think that's the reality. Taking a step back to, I'd love to be a resource for the city. I wish you would call me anytime if you want. Anybody at the city would like me to explain some of these issues and how it works. I work in this area of the law. I help tenants too, but I'll tell you, most of the time when tenants call me, I say, hey, go hire one of these free lawyers. I don't want to charge you by the hour. There are exceptions, and I'll represent a tenant. Most of the time I'm with the landlord, but I understand both sides, and I understand both sides have rights. And I will tell you in short that AB 1482 already does the job for you at the statewide level. But again, I've only got 3 minutes. If you want to reach out to me, Eric Myers, I'm right down the street on the avenue anytime. Thank you.
Leah Simon Weidsberg.
Good evening. Thank you for bringing up this topic. My name is Leah Simon Weisberg, and I am the legal director for the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. And we work throughout the county of Contra Costa and have been active in passing similar protections in Antioch, Concord, and Richmond. I have to say that I disagree with all of the folks that have come before me, and I do look forward to the community engagement opportunities that you are suggesting. I think it's actually wholly incorrect that 1482 has been effective, and that is why cities across the state have been passing their own ordinances, because it was not a well-curated process. Unfortunately, it was bought and paid for by the apartment association and the realtors. And it left huge loopholes that have led to what is called renovictions, for example. One of the largest loopholes in 1482 is that you can serve a notice on tenants saying that you're going to do substantial rehabilitation, claiming that the tenant needs to be out for 30 days, and then they have to move out permanently. They talked about the relocation is as the very good presentation that was provided. It's 1 month. So imagine what you would be able to do with 1 month, particularly if you're a low income person, and they don't have the right to return. And that's what really is different about the local protections that tenant advocates fight for. And that is that we want tenants not to be displaced because landlords are maintaining their properties. And so it is important that anytime a landlord is evicting to do repairs or that the tenants have the right to return. And there are a lot of details and that are missing from the state law. And so please do not just adopt it. It's really a waste of, the city's time to do that. Also, in terms of the eviction numbers, it is really important to reach out to the court for those numbers because we do have basically all evictions are masked unless the tenant loses at trial. It is not public, and I, work across the state doing, this kind of policy and have worked with group that has that list, and their numbers aren't accurate for California because of the way we protect people's records. So it is important to reach out to the court to find out those numbers, which will be significantly higher. Again, I also am happy to provide any assistance that the city would need on these different policies and how other cities are approaching it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Yes, David Shub.
Thank you and good evening. I am a realtor with 50 plus years of experience. I'm currently serving as the president of the Contra Costa Association of Realtors. However, these comments are my opinion. We definitely have a housing crisis and it's continuing to worsen. I haven't heard any data that there is a big eviction issue in Pinole. I think really what we have is a supply problem. When my experience has been that when housing providers find that owning property becomes too expensive and too difficult to maintain, they leave. And when they put the properties on the market for sale, they're going to be purchased by homeowners, thereby reducing the rental housing stock. Most of these housing providers or mom and pop operators, they work hard to keep these properties, hoping that they will be retirement vehicles. And they simply can't afford to continue owning them with rising costs if there isn't some amount of rental increase to pay for them. As the president of CCAR, I would like to extend to the city an offer to work with you to see if there are ways that we can help find solutions to the lack of housing, the lack of rental housing, the lack of housing for people to live in, affordable housing. And we would very much like to do that. Thank you very much for letting me speak to this issue.
Thank you. Other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, so sorry to interrupt, if I could add something.
Oh, yes, Director Wade. Thought that was a public comment. Go, please.
I just wanted to clarify on the question from Councilmember Tabe about the filings in Pinole. So I just took another look at the information on the eviction lab. So there were, it looked from the information from 2018 on the eviction lab, looks like there's one eviction filing and one eviction judgment that was reported on this information. But of course, I can also get more information, more accurate information from the Superior Court.
Thank you, Director Whalen. So not seeing any other public comments, we'll go back to council for comments or questions. I do want to just ask 2 questions. The first one is, I know that we oftentimes as a city, whether it's composting for all or housing, we continuously get mandates from the state. And I think oftentimes the question is like, how do we act on those mandates? What I heard from you, Director Whalen, are a couple of things, right? We affirm those mandates, or we go stronger, right? I don't think there's an option to go weaker on state mandates. My question is, what funding opportunities are available to enact these type of measures? And then a second to that is, what state or regional agencies would typically be funding bodies for these type of activities that cities specifically around just cause.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a specific answer for you because I haven't done research around funding around this issue. However, there might be opportunities in thinking with residential rehab type programs. There's opportunities at the state level and the housing and community development for assisting cities to disperse funds for different types of programs. So I could do more research and get back to you on with information on funding sources.
Fantastic. And just to clarify with city staff, I know that we've, this is in many ways an informational item. We are providing staff direction. I just want to make sure we're taking track of some of these questions, both from the public and our city staff, our council, because there's been a number of questions or open opportunities to talk about court, like defining court. Are we taking notes of those questions?
I am.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. I just want to make sure. My other question is, someone mentioned the idea of a rent registry. And I'm wondering if that had been incorporated or we had done that type of surveying through the housing element. Is that something we've already done before in the city of Pinole or previous to the new housing element?
No, not necessarily. However, we do have a rental residential program, inspection program. And as a part of enhancing that program, in this coming year and next year with the onboard of our new permit tracking system, I'm hoping that we'll have a more robust database of rental properties in the city and who's up to date with their inspections and their business licenses, et cetera. And so the city can be more proactive in identifying properties that haven't gone through that process. I don't know if that particularly answers your direct question, but that's something that I have been thinking about with regards to a database of rental properties in the city.
Great. Yeah. And I think it answers my question around if we have one. What I've heard from our council and even members of the public that seems like a recurring theme, perhaps for other issues, is just our data, right? Like understanding, I think it's really important for us to understand our data and to know more, not to only drive our decisions, but certainly to inform our decisions. And I think in this moment, what I find as an opportunity to delve into is how do we learn more about the renters we have in the city of Pinole? I think we're talking about the role of eviction or the impact of eviction, but before we get to, hopefully, ideally, before folks get to evictions, we're finding ways to support tenants far before they go throughout that process, certainly a court proceeding. And so I think what I'm hearing from us as a council is that we actually need to figure out a way to develop and distribute, in some ways, collect and set up an information database to better understand the needs of our tenants, as well as homeowners and landlords, right? In a way that is, opt-in, of course, right? We want to preserve folks' privacy, but we also want to really, in this moment, inform ourselves around what behaviors, right, and experiences our Pinole tenants are dealing with. That would help us move this forward, right? Whether we take option A, B, or C, I think we do want to do some more data collection. And I would be interested in how we set that up, given some of the other questions that you, Director Whalen, mentioned around just cause. I think there were 5 other critical components that you mentioned that I thought were excellent questions for us to consider. I don't have those answers. I don't expect tonight that city staff has the answers, but I do think we do have to get those answers together. And perhaps the idea, I think Ms. Wright mentioned earlier, around a rental registry for us to understand a little bit more about our tenants would be helpful. So I just wanted to mention that. I know there may be other comments or questions from council members. So Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Yeah, thank you. As with other topics that are part of the council agenda, I am curious to know from Councilmember Sasai, who was eager to have this as an agenda topic. What information are we not hearing? What questions are we not hearing that you are aware of that had you wanted this topic to be recognized as a possible matter to be addressed? Because I'm not understanding really what I think we don't yet understand what the problem is the extent of it and what it is that we would do to solve it. I think it was Mr. Menace who asked about, what is the goal here? And if the goal is as simple as keeping people in their homes, okay, that sounds good. I think we wouldn't disagree with that. But what is it about Just Cause that had you have us think about it and spend time trying to determine what it's about, for what purpose, for whom is it intended to help, et cetera.
Right, so there are gaps in the protections provided to tenants in AB 1482. I think that extends past what has been mentioned by folks who have come out tonight to provide their input. Some include the fact that tenants who have lived in their homes for less than 1 or 2 years are excluded from some temporary protections that have been provided in AB 1482. Also that most single-family homes and condominiums are exempt. And we have not even talked about some of the loopholes, right? Some loopholes that include the substantial remodel loophole, right? Where a landlord can evict tenant to remodel their unit and the tenant is not allowed to return. Even more than that, what I do like about this report is that it sort of gives an idea about who are occupying our residents right now. And it looks like there are 315 units occupied by low-income households. There are 380 rental units occupied by very low-income households and 260 units occupied by extremely low-income households, which gets us to a total of 695 rental units occupied by low-income households and below low-income households. And even more than that, too, we're not even factoring in some of our future tenants that we'll be welcoming into the city as a result of the affordable housing that we will be building these next 10 years to meet our RENA goals. And so this is not just an urgent matter for our existing renters, whether it be 1 or 2, but it's also an urgent matter given the future of Pinole and our demographic and who is living here and whether or not they're renters or homeowners. So that is the reason why I bring this up. It's for, both for renters right now and future planning as well.
Okay, I'm going to have you help us out understanding a little bit more urgency. Urgency is again, a word that can be interpreted in many ways. And we doesn't necessarily put a certain item at the top of the list unless we understand what that urgency, what's driving that urgency. Can you elaborate on that?
I don't care to elaborate.
I think what I want to make sure we do is, number one, review our staff report and make sure we're on top of what the recommendations are. This is also, I want to, first of all, thank you, Councilor Sasai, for bringing this topic up. I think this is a very important topic. You mentioned, if anything, Pinole, for folks who don't know, we've got a bunch of housing being built. I mean, we have about, if you go on San Pablo Avenue, I may get the numbers wrong, so please Director Whalen and City Manager, but we have about 118 units of 100% affordable senior housing being built on San Pablo Avenue. We have 33 units of 100% affordable housing being built, hopefully in the next 2 years, called the Saha Project. We are going to be a city that is growing like many cities. And so in this moment, we have to make sure that all of us are educated. Sometimes agenda items are not actionable in the sense of us actually passing, right? This is an opportunity. And I think Councilor Martinez-Rubin, you've been, at the forefront of asking some critical questions that you need answers to. This is important for all of us to have those answers. And so I want to make sure we stick to the staff conversation. If you do have questions for staff, or, if we want to move forward with some motions, let's do that. If we do want to argue urgency and the discussion around urgency, perhaps we can do that too, but I think that would be a different conversation, and let's add that to a future agenda item. So the question I would have for folks is, do you have any other comments or deliberation around staff or motions? Yes, Councilor Tate.
Yeah, so we just had the HCD, and I guess we're looking for that to have comments back, but I'm wondering if Director Whaling could shed some light as to the figure 41 in the HCD and figure 42. as I'm reading this, there's a line on page 542. It says in both cases, renters have higher rates of overpayment than owners. Where it showed in this report that basically homeowners, if you're a homeowner, that's cooled in the 2015 to 2019 range. I'll wait for you to, do you have it in front of you or no?
Counselor Tave, if you can just reference the page of the packet. Again, I'm sorry, I think you did, but
I'm
I just
sorry,
didn't hear you.
what I'm going back to is the conversation of urgency. Our charts based in 2010, 2014 showed that the homeowners were making overpayments compared to the market. And correct me if I'm reading this wrong, Director Williams. And the overpayment by owners from 2015 to 19 was reduced to about 20% of volume in Pinole. But if you look at renters, it pretty much stayed consistent from 2010 to 2019. So the question I had earlier about how much renters are actually paying is still an issue where there's 40 to 60% are making overpayments compared to market. And I'm trying to figure out these two charts and if I'm understanding these two charts correctly. Because I mean, the HCD had pretty much all the information that, that's related to this bill and to just cause. And I'm trying to see if we could draw any of that information to kind of drive the conversation about option 2 and then really start to ask those questions to our renters moving forward to gather more data as to how we could tailor that to make sure that, like I said, with HCD, housing mobility is one of the biggest things for me in Pinole, like that I want to make sure is protected, is that you can rent in this town, save money in this town, which it looks like these charts are saying you can't if you're renting, and then eventually purchase a home in Pinole and live in Pinole. But with 1/3 of our market being rental, and by this chart, it's saying 40 to 60%. The way I'm reading it is saying that they're overpaying in rent.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I think so. So we're referring to the 6-cycle housing element draft that was submitted to each. Correct. Okay, great. And then if I can catch up with you, I think you're on page 154.
Yeah, if you go to 543, where it says the AFFH data viewer.
Okay.
And this just looks to me like an indicator that it is tough if you're renting in Pinole. And if you're owning in Pinole, it's a little bit easier.
Yes, so I'm looking at figures 40 and 41, or actually 41 of the draft housing element here.
Right.
And so it's talking about the cost burden by tenure in Pinole. And so cost burden is when a household spends more than 30% of its monthly income on housing costs like rent, mortgage, or utilities. And so the data in here is showing that overpayment by renters in Pinole occurred at about the same rate as in the county, with both about 48% of those households experiencing cost burden. And the overpayment by owners occurred at a slightly lower level in the city than in the county, but in both cases, the renters have higher rates of overpayment than owners.
Right. So if once you get into renting, it's very difficult for you to move into or save money to move into a home. And on top of that, it sounds like if we're talking about just cause, people will just pick up and move out of Pinole if the rent gets too high, if they're going to purchase. At least from what I'm seeing here. And I think that's why the conversation of, okay, well, what does a just cause eviction look like? We only had one eviction in 2018, but I'm sure, and I know people because I've heard testimonies of them not being able to afford rent, not being able to jump into a market and moving, to Antioch, Pittsburgh, Brentwood, areas where they can get as far away from the Bay Area as possible, but still commute into work. And what I'm trying to understand is, okay, how do we make this renter, that 30%. I don't want, maybe predictable, easier for people to rent in Pinole, stay in Pinole. And to make sure that rent doesn't skyrocket and people wind up leaving, who've built 10 years in this town, or, you know, made friends in this town, gone to school in this town, and then having to move because they can't afford homes in this town. I'm just trying to understand. It sounds like, you know, if the overpayment's there, you can make a payment on a household. I mean, I know that was weird for me, is that my rent was more expensive than my house note. So I'm just trying to figure out if this legislation, I know option 2 is probably where I'm landing, is let's just go with the state, but I'd like more data, and this data kind of digested to understand how do we help those renters be able to build up to purchase here? And is there policies that we can do to kind of protect their rights as well as the landlord's rights, but at the same time create a fair market? Because right now, if our rent's too high, people are going to leave. So that's kind of my comments, is that driver, and I appreciate the conversation, because looking at this HCD was a wealth of information, especially to Councilmember Sai's comments about just the diversity component, the economics component, the household family component. So there's a lot of data here that I think if we sync up with some surveys, sync up with some of the renters we currently have out there, we'll be able to kind of get to an answer to see if we can tailor option 2. I think answers are going to start to come out of that, and a deeper conversation can happen. But that's just my observations, is that when I saw this come up, I felt like we have to have this conversation just based on these 2 charts. Is that we're not able to really keep people in Pinole. So that's one of the issues I've taken away from.
Thank you, Councilor Jay.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson, do you have a question, or I'm sorry, or comments?
Comments? Yeah, I have a few comments. We discussed this in our municipal code committee meeting, and one of my comments and Ms. Whalen did address it, and it had to do with what would an ordinance get us that AB 1482 doesn't get us, and then what would it cost us in legal counsel time to develop an ordinance to address what? Do we have the problem? You know, is there a strong need here? Yes, statewide there is, you know, a need. That's why 1482 was adopted. But do we have a need to budget our legal counsel's time to develop an ordinance to address a problem? You know, do we have a problem? And then the other question is, okay, if we adopt an ordinance, are we going to have our staff time devoted to enforcing it? So in the staff report that what I have gleaned is that if we rely on the existing AB 1482, along with the implementation program from our draft housing element, to have workshops and meetings to discuss displacement prevention and housing mobility. Those are things that already exist. The Assembly bill already exists. Our implementation program exists. Hopefully it'll be approved, certified by HCD soon. So we do nothing and we get that. And then the second option is, we can find where there's holes in the Assembly bill, whether it's, not exempting, some units, or, reducing the time in which somebody rents, or, the age of a structure. Those might be holes that could be filled with an ordinance. And so that would be adopting, AB 1842 with some enhanced notifications. Number three, adopting a stronger protections. I'm not in favor of that at all. I think that goes beyond what's necessary. It goes beyond, what we have staff time to enforce. We're barely, going along with our staff time already doing the work that they have in front of them already. So I like to move forward with either, one, which is not do anything, or number two, if we can identify some holes that perhaps we go out, with the community. We have a lot of public comments, folks that, volunteered to talk to us about some of the holes that might exist. And we've discussed some of them here. So that's kind of where I'm looking at.
Good point. And I just want to get clarification because you made those points. City Attorney Cashier, there was reference to enforcement. When I looked at the presentation, the enforcement seemed to rely on the court. So I just wanted to clarify around enforcement of the current law. And then if there are, let's say if this council decided to move with stronger protections, who is the enforcer of those protections?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good point. So we did discuss this at the municipal code update subcommittee level. The state law as it's currently kind of constructed, that would create a cause of action, a legal right for tenants, and they would enforce that through the civil courts and through unlawful detainer kind of proceedings. If we were to adopt an ordinance, we would probably recommend structuring in a way that it would not require code enforcement or any direct action from staff.
Okay.
Now that does place some limitations on what we would be providing for as far as restrictions and regulations. There are some cities that have full on rental review commissions. And so it can be a very staff intensive endeavor if we were to stand up a full program around, mediating essentially between landlords and tenants. But what we were proposing and what we discussed is really, if there's value in updating and filling gaps in AB 1482, that might merit an ordinance. The staff report also talked about it does sunset in 2030. And so we could adopt something that would extend it beyond that date. So there are things that we could do that I think would not create a staff kind of a cost to staff in enforcement, but tighten up some of the restrictions that are in place.
Okay. So just to clarify on the enforcement piece, that is still to be determined, and there's opportunities for it to be enforced by our city attorney, for example, or to go into the court system.
Yeah.
Depending upon how we create the word.
Depending on how it's created. Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Right. So other comments or questions or motions? Counselor Sasai.
So one thing that, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Toms had brought up in the past meeting, but also reiterated in this meeting that I do agree with, is that there has to be a community engagement piece, right? And from my recollection of what I've been hearing from our public comments tonight, I've heard from realtor associations, heard from real estate professionals, heard one person who is, I believe, from a tenants advocacy organization, and one member of the public, but I don't recall hearing from tenants here tonight. So I do think that we need to do a better job of really understanding the testimonies of folks who are renters and their experiences as renters and their how they faced eviction or threats of eviction in our city, and having that inform our process going forward. And so I was wanted to ask either City Manager Murray or Director Whalen, what does the community engagement piece look like? What are the options for that? I would hate to go down the route of looking for a consultant to go out and do surveys and go through a process that long, but what is your options? Sorry about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Sasai. So the engagement piece, we were envisioning the what's reported in the staff report and in the presentation this evening would be conducted by staff. So we would develop a survey that we could send out via email and then arrange for meetings with the different groups of folks as listed in the staff report.
I will add that I think we collected a fair amount of information from community surveys for the purpose of the housing element update. So I believe we provided residents with an opportunity to provide short form input and also very detailed input on their housing situation, including, I think, issues such as challenges with rent and threats of eviction and other things like that. So Director Whalen, can you describe what data we already have on that from that past survey?
Yes, that is accurate. I do recall we did ask some housing questions and issues related to their discrimination or evictions or substandard housing. So we can go back through the data that we collected through the housing element process and bring that to the council as well.
Great. So other comments? Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Yeah, again, to the extent possible with whatever surveys that are going to be put out there, there's often the question about what does the data represent? So can there please be a question, if there isn't already, that we can identify where in Pinole those comments are coming from? So that would be a question of asking the respondents to indicate, they're not going to know their census tract, but they're going to, something that would help them identify what parts in Pinole are the areas where residents are experiencing challenges, and then what those challenges are. What comes to mind, and it hasn't been mentioned by anyone here, is predatory practices, right? There's this notion, I think, unspoken, that there might be some outliers, whether they be tenants or landlords, that are just not abiding by either not knowing what their rights are from the perspective of a tenant, or as a landlord not abiding by the law as it exists. But we don't even know that. Is there anything that, well, I'll ask staff to put their heads together to think about some sort of proxy measure that could help us identify, again, the extent where there might be people not complying with existing law. So I don't think we know that either. Thank you.
All right, so I have some things written down that I would hope that perhaps would help the conversation move forward. So what I hear is that we would like to move forward with some data collection. I think there are questions that we had in the housing element that still we're looking to have more questions answered, particularly around that 30% of renters in Pinole. There's a third of renters in Pinole, and we want to know their experiences. Director Whalen, we would look to you around the type of questions and not engagement, but really the type of questions that would be detailed enough to answer also some of those other issues that you brought up or questions that you brought up. We did mention funding opportunities, so just perhaps exploring the opportunity, especially as Mayor Pro Tem Tom's mentioned, there may be some cost of any law, right, passing, or any mandate that we have from the state or any law that we pass locally, right? So what are those funding opportunities that we can look to as opportunities to fund, enhanced information, enhanced tenant protections, whichever option we go, 1, 2, or 3, what are those opportunities? Community engagement is consistently been in the past a challenge for the city. So I think we're always going to think about and should brainstorm ways to continue to engage the public. I think 2 groups I did not see here listed are the ACE. The speaker mentioned in public comment was from ACE, I believe, which I can't remember the acronym, but they mentioned that. And then the Pinole Grove Tenants Association, which is a recognized tenants association in Pinole. To that extent, I would also encourage us, if there are tenant associations being built over the next year, considering our amount of housing, that we look to those and do the proactive research to figure out who the leaders are in those associations and reach out to them. I don't know if East Bluff Apartments on Marlesta has a tenants association. So if we can do that research by reaching out or communicating with HUD, I think that'd be really important to do, not just for this issue, but for many issues. Did I miss anything? Councilor Tate.
Yeah, I think we mentioned a kind of a broader overview, but I think using a lot of the data from HCD will kind of hone in on, there's, communities vulnerable to displacement. There's the charts that I mentioned before regarding the renters. So I think we should really lean on that data coupled with the data that we see from the testimonies and from the community, because I think we have an opportunity to get in front of some of these issues now before they kind of bubble up. And I think I have a feeling they're bubbling up now. That's just my opinion, but I think we should try to use some of this data that we've already collected to inform the decisions moving forward to find those gaps. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
And I would be interested in that El Cerrito task force research. I know that's a different city, but I would be interested in seeing if we can get a report back from the city of El Cerrito on perhaps exploration of issues they addressed. Counselor Martinez Rubin.
Yeah, Mayor Murphy, the one other group that I haven't heard mentioned, the property managers, property management firms for those developments that are townhomes that if I heard correctly, are exempted from AB 1482 and about which there is one of these holes in the legislation. So I think they'd welcome an inquiry as to what they see their makeup being rental versus ownership, the extent that there are either not foreclosures, but landlords not paying their dues, et cetera. Somehow all of that is probably going to also help form or give shape to what the situation is that we're looking at across the different types of housing that exist in Pinole. Thank you.
Any other comments? Would anyone like to make a formal motion outside of the comments or direction that we gave to staff? Or in addition to, excuse me. Not seeing any. Counselor Sasai.
Yes, I'll make a motion to direct staff to organize an informational event and then host that and send out an invitation to tenants in Pinole and have the conversation be around just cause eviction policies and then have rent stabilization be part of that conversation.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion or questions on the motion?
Discussion, please.
Counselor Martinez. Rubin?
Yeah, I'm going to leave this up to staff, but given all the questions that we have, I suppose you will find when it is the most fitting time to have such an event, when even the council doesn't have a lot of is missing information about the situation. And I think that concurrent with us discovering answers to the questions that we had here per the staff's work, that the public could also benefit at the same time, that they would be informed. I'm still struggling with this notion of, we have this recent piece of legislation. Is it a lack of information education among the existing public that's a problem? It sounds like it is. And is that the basis for having an event which has been suggested, or is it more than that?
Thank you.
So just really questions and more questions about the order of events.
Yeah, questions are great. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
No questions. I was just thinking about the timing for some of this is that assuming that we can get our housing element adopted in the next month or so, there's going to be implementation measures that we need to do. And we can do that and at the same time. The outreach can be one in the same.
I think that's a great idea. Great. Not seeing any more questions about the motion, so I'll go to our city clerk Dale to call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Aye.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Any other motions on this item? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. And thank you, Director Whalen, for a wonderful presentation and all the city staff for a part of it, as well as the public commenters. All right, we will move on to item 12C, which is the adoption of City of Pinole Local Roadway Safety Plan. Director Mishra is here to present.
Mayor, I believe we have B.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was going to go to C and then go back to B.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Council. Today we are here going to present the LRSP the city of Pinole has prepared in conjunction with a consultant TJKM. We have with us Ruta Jariwala and Utsav from TJKM to bring us through the steps that involve preparing this LRSP and details about the various roadway safety elements and some countermeasures and how this can be implemented in the future. Ruta, please go ahead. Dave, can you please pull up the presentation?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time this evening.
Give a second for the presentation to come up. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Just wanted to kind of quickly go through the agenda for our presentation this evening. Wanted to talk about project status and milestones. What have we gone through to complete this process? Collision analysis and findings from the collision analysis, emphasis areas. What areas we really feel that we should emphasize on to reduce some of the collisions within the city, some engineering and non-engineering measures to help us with that. We also have drafted some safety projects that we want to present to you this evening. And then lastly, implementation plan. And then we are hoping that council adopts this plan this evening. Next slide, please. Quickly going through the project schedule and status, we started with data collection. We collected data for collisions for 5 years. We did the analysis on that, identified some high-risk locations, met with stakeholders in December of 2021, took the feedback from them, identified some emphasis areas, developed a counter toolbox that would help us to reduce these collisions within our city, developed safety projects, did some cost estimating and benefit cost ratio analysis, because even though we do have safety projects developed, Caltrans does require a benefit cost ratio to be calculated, and the higher the benefit cost ratio is, the more attractive your application would be. And then all this material has been kind of wrapped up into an LRSP report, which was presented to community in a community meeting on February 6th. And throughout the process, actually, we did have community outreach through website and interactive map input that kind of helped us to understand what are the concerns of the community. Next slide, please. So based on the community input that we received, as you can see, we received 407 responses from the community. A lot of these concerns were related to pedestrian safety and speeding. The corridors that really came up in these comments and concerns were Pinole Valley Road, San Pablo Avenue, as well as Appian Way. A lot of concerns that were brought up were, again, pedestrian safety, speeding, bicycle safety, intersection safety, lighting, and so on and so forth. And as you would see that some of our safety projects do help us to mitigate some of these concerns that we have heard. Next slide, please. Also, on our February 6th meeting, when we presented this presentation to our community members, we had some discussion on collision analysis years. They did ask us, why did we take only 5 years of collision data, and why only till 2019? So Caltrans allows us to take only 5 years of data. And as you might know, that we started this project about 2 years ago. And at that point, collision data for only 2015 through 19 was available. And so we kind of proceeded our plan with 5 years of data that was available at that point. There were some comments made on if we could look into having crosswalk flags at certain high-risk crosswalks. And it was brought up that there is a city in close to San Jose called Willow Glen, and they do use these crosswalk flags while crossing. It's just from one end to another, you carry an orange flag when you're crossing the road. That way, the pedestrians are more visible. There were also some comments with respect to dedicated eastbound right turn lane at APN and Tara Hill Drive. Community was also looking at more traffic calming measures on residential streets, whereas LRSP, Local Road Safety Plan, has a lot of countermeasures that are more for arterials and major collectors. So if you do want to look into more residential streets, then neighborhood traffic calming plan would be something that city would have to rely on. Then there were also a comment with respect to adding a bike lane on northbound Pinole Valley Road between Shia and Seamus Avenue, improving safety near Shannon Elementary School. How could we prevent illegal U-turns on San Pablo Avenue between Pinole Valley and John Street, and then adding a left-hand arrow and readjusting the signal timings at San Pablo, intersection of San Pablo and Pinole Valley Road intersection. So those were some of the comments that we heard from the community on February 6th. Please. So as I mentioned, we did do the analysis for 5 years of period, which was 2015 through 2019. And we did see that there were a total of 311 collisions between that period, out of which 9 collisions were associated with fatal and severe injury. All these 9 collisions were actually severe injury collisions, and we have 0 fatality in last 5 years. I shouldn't say last 5 years, but between 2015 to 2019. Next, please. And the map kind of illustrates some of those collisions. Further analyzing the data, as you can see on the bottom graph, I think we are doing something right. But from 2015 to 2019, collisions are declining, which is a really good sign. We also observed that 84% of these collisions occurred at an intersection versus 16% of them occurred at a road on a roadway segment in between the intersections. And then looking into different percentages of these collisions, 3% were severe injury collisions, 5% visible injury, 15% complaint of pain, and 77% were PDO, property damage only collisions. Next, please. More findings as we dive into the collisions a little bit more. As you can see, broadside and vehicle to pedestrian collisions were the 2 collision types that were highest in our analysis, followed by side sweep and rear end. We did see that there were quite a few collisions at nighttime, so definitely lighting is one of the issues which kind of also validates the comments we heard from the community. Collisions by motor vehicle involved with pedestrians and other motor vehicles were also kind of higher in the analysis. And again, that validates community concerns with respect to pedestrian safety, violation categories like unsafe speed, DUI and automobile right-of-way were the ones that were highest when we did the analysis. And again, not to repeat myself, but community did have concerns with respect to unsafe speed, and that's what we saw from the data too, that a lot of these collisions were due to unsafe speed. Next slide, please. As I said, that we are following Caltrans standards to build up this plan or this analysis. And one of the criteria that Caltrans uses is equivalent property damage only scoring. What this does is for every collision, it does have an EPDO score. So say, for example, if you have 5 fatal collisions, then the 165 score gets multiplied by those 5 collisions to give you a EPDO score. So 165 points are given to fatal collisions and severe injury collisions. That shows that Caltrans is really, really concerned about fatal and severe injury collisions and want to make sure that we do try to eliminate them as much as possible. 11 points are given to other visible injury collisions, 6 points are given to complaint of pain, and 1 point is given to PDO. The reason we have 1 point to PDO because they want to bring all the collisions equivalent to PDO type of scoring. So that's the reason this is the formula that we have used to kind of come up with high injury locations that could be intersection locations or roadway segments. Which I will be talking about in next slide. Next, please. So based on that methodology and the formula, we did identify 8 high injury intersections that are kind of mapped on the map in front of you. Again, Appian Way and Fitzgerald Drive was the one that was highest ranked. Followed by San Pablo Avenue and Tennant, Appian Way and Canyon Drive and Tara Hill, and so on. So based on that formula and the methodology, this slide illustrates the top 8 intersections that we should really focus on. Next, please. Similarly, we do have top 8 high injury corridors that were again, by using the same methodology, were kind of ranked. So Pinole Valley Road between San Pablo Avenue to Collins Avenue ranked number 1, followed by San Pablo Avenue between Oak Ridge Road to Pinole Valley Road, followed by San Pablo Avenue between Golden Gate Park to Del Monte Drive, and so on. Next, please. Emphasis areas, again, while doing these analyses and diving into the collisions more, we think that if we improve intersection safety, reduce nighttime collisions, reduce unsafe speed collisions, broadside collisions, reduce automobile right-of-way violations where people are confused whether it's a pedestrian right-of-way or automobile right-of-way, and improve pedestrian safety, then we can still reduce the collisions within our city. Next, please. And based on the emphasis areas, as well as the type of collisions that we saw, Caltrans does have a countermeasure toolbox that we have to pick the countermeasures to mitigate some of these collisions. And these countermeasures are actually divided into 3, which countermeasures that are directly associated with signalized intersections, countermeasures for unsignalized intersections, and then roadway segments. So based on the collisions that we have seen and the emphasis areas, we kind of picked these 7 countermeasures that would help us at signalized intersections, and they are adding intersection lighting, improving signal hardware with lenses and backplates, definitely improving some signal timings if they have not been updated as per current MUTCD, providing protected left turn phase, installing raised pavement markers and striping, raised medians, and also having to install advanced stop bar before the crosswalk. And as you can see, there is an ETSIP code that is associated with each of these countermeasures. So S01 stands for adding intersection lighting at signalized intersections. Just kind of giving you an example for what this ETSIP code means and how does it correlate to the countermeasures. Next, please. Just some pictures kind of, showing what each of these countermeasures look like. So S01, adding intersection lighting, improving signal hardware. As you would have already noticed that mostly all our intersections do have these borders, retroreflective borders around them. And that kind of helps drivers to see these signals much better than otherwise. And just some other examples of advanced stop bar. Similarly, for unsignalized intersections, we think adding, again, intersection lighting would definitely help. Also looking into installing or upgrading larger stop signs or other intersection warning and regulatory signs would help. And then also having rectangular rapid flashing beacon at some locations would definitely help us to increase pedestrian safety at some of these locations too. And the next slide kind of shows the pictures and photos as to how do these countermeasures look like. Next slide, please. Similarly, for roadway segments, we did identify 9 different countermeasures. Some of them are segment lighting. If possible, we do more feasibility analysis for road diet at some of these corridors. Again, install or upgrade signs with new fluorescent sheeting, dynamic variable speed warning signs wherever that could help us. Installing delineators, reflectors, edge lines, center lines, rumble strips. Upgrading some pedestrian crossings would definitely enhance safety features for pedestrians. And then again, having some rectangular rapid flashing beacons would help us too. Okay. Next, please. And here are some of the photos showing what each countermeasures look like. Next, please. And then based on these countermeasures, we kind of lumped some projects together because Caltrans allows you to have one project that could include 3 different countermeasures at various locations. Those could be spot locations within the city, or it could be a citywide project also. So as you can see, project 1, 2, and 3 are more of safety projects associated with spot locations. And I would go in detail on all these projects. But if you look at projects 4, 5, and 9, those are citywide projects. So we have proposed that we do look into citywide signal upgrade project, or look into a streetlight inventory project for the entire city, evaluate whether the streetlights are up to the current standards. If not, then Caltrans does give us funds to upgrade them too. And then similarly, also project 9, citywide sign inventory project, where all the signs within the city are looked at. And then if they do need retroreflectivity or larger signs, then Caltrans does help us to swap that. So those are the 3 citywide projects. And then project 6, 7, and 8 are roadway segment projects that, again, I would be diving in the preceding slides. And then there was an opportunity for us to apply for last ETSIP grant, and Sanjay kind of put that application together for some of those locations, and he will talk to it later on in the presentation towards the end, that which are the locations that city put together. And we have already submitted ETSIP application for that. We're waiting for the results to come out. Next slide, please. So project one, we have identified 7 different locations, and we are proposing to improve signal hardware, improve signal timing, and provide protected left turn phase at some of these locations. So as you can see, S02, wherever you see countermeasure 1, S02, those locations we are proposing to improve signal hardware. S03, almost all locations, we are proposing that signal timing basic parameters be looked at and be updated as per current MUTCD standard. And then intersection of San Pablo Avenue and Pinole Avenue, Appian Way, we are proposing to install a protected left turn phase. The left turn lane already exists. We just have to do a signal modification to provide a protected left turn phase there. Next, please. Oh, sorry, can you go back one slide one more time? Sorry, I forgot to mention BCR. So we did do benefit cost analysis for this project, and the benefit cost analysis came out to be 27. Based on our experience, if you have benefit cost ratio analysis, ratio anywhere over, I would say 16 to 17, that is kind of an attractive application to go for. So the chances of us receiving funds for higher BCR is higher. Next, please. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. The next project is pedestrian safety at signalized intersections, and we are proposing to install advanced stop bar before the crosswalk. And also we are proposing that we install raised median on some of the approaches at some of the intersections like Appian Way and Canyon Drive, Tara Hill. Also San Pablo Avenue and Pinole Valley Road, and then Pinole Valley Road and Tennant Avenue. Next. Project 3, we have 7 unsignalized intersections that we have identified, and we are proposing that we do add intersection lighting, look into upgrading the stop signs and warning and regulatory signs to larger signs. And also at 4 locations, we are proposing that we should install rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Next, please. Project 4 is a citywide signal upgrade project, which I already talked about. Next, please. Project 5 is again streetlight inventory, which kind of helps us to rule out the collisions that have happened or occurred during nighttime. So we think that the streetlight should be evaluated, and wherever we think that it's not as per the current standard or the flux is not enough, we should look into upgrading those. Next, please. Project 6 is more for roadway segment, lighting and visibility. So say, for example, if we are not successful enough to get citywide streetlight inventory project done, still we have identified 8 locations, 8 roadway segments where we could go for spot improvements. Again, looking into adding segment lighting, installing delineators and reflectors and object markers that are missing, and upgrading the signs to new fluorescent sheeting. Next, please. Safety on roadway segments with respect to pedestrian safety. We are proposing to install centerline rumble strips at some locations, edge lines and center lines, because that would definitely help to slow down the speed of the moving vehicle, and also installing rectangular rapid flashing beacons at 2 of the segments. Next, please. Project 8, which helps us to mitigate unsafe speed and also increase pedestrian safety. So we are proposing to look into feasibility study for road diet at 3 of the 5 segments that we see there. San Pablo Avenue, Tara Hill, and Fitzgerald Drive. We are also proposing to look into dynamic variable speed warning signs at some of these locations, and then upgrading pedestrian crossing with enhanced safety features within the segment of Fitzgerald Drive between Jovita Lane and Appian Way. Next, please. Project 9 is citywide streetlight inventory project. And the next one, which is project 10, we have already applied for the last accept cycle. So Sanjay would kind of give you a little bit of insights on which locations were applied for. So if you can go to the next slide, please.
Thank you, Ruta. Yeah. We submitted the 3 locations for the HCP application cycle 11. Those 3 locations were where we have requested funding for to install the RRFPs. So the San Pablo Avenue and 3rd Avenue, San Pablo Avenue and Hunan Street. And the 3rd location is the Pinole Valley Road and Savage Avenue. Those 3 locations I chose from various public feedback that we received, being those locations being used by a lot of pedestrians and have concerns, significant concerns for speeding traffic and drivers not stopping and all those. Thank you. Ruta?
Yeah. Also, accept applications kind of have 2 types of applications. One is the previous projects that I explained where benefit cost ratio is really given a lot of weightage to, and the higher the ratio is, the possibility for us to get funds is higher. But they have another set of funds also called pedestrian set-aside funds that every city has $250K available to use, which does not really look into benefit cost ratio analysis. So we thought that it was a great opportunity for us to go ahead and at least put the application together, because that it doesn't go through that whole analysis of benefit cost ratio. So we are going to cross our fingers and hope that we do get funds to at least upgrade these 3 locations that Sanjay just mentioned. Next, please. And then along with engineering solutions or strategies, we also feel that other strategies work hand in hand, like education. So if we can run some public information education campaigns and then kind of include that as in our process, I think that would be really helpful. Increase enforcement. I know that there are issues with staffing and it's really difficult, but at least if we could give some of these high-risk locations to sheriff department and have them do some targeted enforcements, then that would definitely help. And also we want to make sure that no matter what we do, our emergency response time is not impacted. So all these countermeasures should be such that our emergency response time does not increase or get adversely impacted due to the countermeasures that we are implementing. So those are some of the non-engineering strategies that we also kept in mind. Next, please. And then implementation plan. This is really very, very important. LRSP is not just one-time said and done report. It's more of an living document, and Caltrans does require cities to update this document every 2 to 5 years because you want to make sure that not only the collisions reduce due to the implementation of countermeasures, but we also want to make sure that the countermeasures are the funds that we are using on some of these countermeasures are really helping us to reduce these collisions. So the implementation plan includes monitoring these high risk locations where we have proposed to implement countermeasures, do some analysis on their performance measures, get community input, whether they have worked for them or not. I do hear many times that citizens do come and tell us that, oh, there was a near miss. So we just want to make sure that we go back to them and ask them that after we implemented these countermeasures, do you feel more safer? And then once that's done, we again look into total number of collisions that are occurring within the city. We want to make sure that there is a reduction in collision. And if not, then we want to reevaluate these countermeasures. Probably we will pick the right ones that work for our city. If they are, then we want to continuously monitor them and implement a few more of them, and then update our LRSP every 2 to 5 years to see how is it benefiting us. So it's kind of, as I said, it's a living document. Cities should keep on updating this document with analysis of performance measures and also evaluating the number of collisions from year to year. Next, please. And with that, I would like to open it up to discussion.
Thank you so much. What a remarkable presentation. Thank you. I think before we go into discussion, we'll just go to council member questions. Are there any questions from council members? Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes, I wanted to thank you for the report. I had a question regarding reducing speeds on roadways in the event that it's warranted. Assembly Bill 43 allows local jurisdictions to really set what speed limits are in certain conditions, and they're more enforceable. And I'm just wondering if that's something that was looked at as an option.
That's not one of the countermeasures that Caltrans has in the toolbox. Said that it's also a policy discussion that probably city needs to internally have before we get into it. But I think those kind of things can be looked at more into neighborhood traffic calming program. But Sanjay, I would let you take that question from here.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. So the AB 43 regulation, which is became a law, but it has a provision to make the speed lower than 25. There are certain steps that needs to be taken by the city. A corridor has to be defined as a safety corridor, and then within a certain period of time, I believe it is 2024 June is the time, and there are certain things need to be put in place before the city can actually take an action to reduce the speed limit. Only 5 miles below the required or the current speed limit, 85% of the speed limit. So there are a few guidelines that needs to be done before we can actually implement that AB 43.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Just if you would please, well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. A lot of information in the meeting packet to be perused for sure. Can you repeat the good news, Director Mishra, about the submission of applications for 3 different projects, where those locations are and where the applications were submitted?
It's a HCIP application cycle 11, and those were submitted to Caltrans for the set aside fund for roughly about $250,000 for 3 locations. Location number 1, San Pablo Avenue and 3rd Street. Second location, San Pablo Avenue and Queenan Street. Third location, Pinole Valley Road and Savage Avenue.
Savage.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. This might seem like a minor point, but I'm wondering if somehow you took it into account or anyone, member of the public commented on this. At Terra Hills and Appian Way, there is a signal. And several times during the year, that piece of equipment is hit by big trucks. You're smiling, Director Mishra. You're probably very acquainted. You're probably the one that helps us take care of those. Is that a proxy indicator for near collisions? Is one question that pops into my mind. And the other is there better signaling or equipment these days, or perhaps the way that signal is placed, knowing that those big trucks are going to come by and hit that piece of equipment? It makes a difference when one is facing west at the corner of Canyon and Appian, which is something, an intersection that I'm very acquainted with. And it's very noticeable what difference it makes in directing traffic or not knowing which light one needs to pay attention to when a truck has hit and moved that signal. So is there anything in this report that I probably missed that addressed that particular occurrence? And if not, okay, I see Rhoda shaking her head, but kind of smiling as well. Is that something that's useful information to you?
No, it's good information for me. I mean, thank you for that. I do notice some of these around town, and that would be definitely for us to use a maintenance item, which we somehow have to change our existing mounting hardware and the height of mounting to accommodate those bigger trucks turning movements. I will look into it a little more, but this LRSP really does not address those. But thank you for that info.
Thank you. And if I may, just one more, and this is an upside or kudos to your team, Director Mishra. About a year ago, I noticed what I know now are called backplates with reflective borders, and what a difference those make at night. At night when there is less light. Very, very noticeable. Thank you for that. I've noticed those on Appian and Fitzgerald, Appian and Terra Hills specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from council members? All right, not seeing any, we'll go to public comment. City Clerk Bell, do we have any comments this evening on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do. Rafael Menez and Maria Alegria.
Thank you. I think we want to turn on the microphone for you.
Timer isn't on, but I guess the microphone is. So greetings again. I had a few comments about this item. First off, I'd like to thank the council for considering establishing left-hand turn signal at the already protected turn lane at the intersection of Pinion and San Pablo. I have to go through that intersection every day in order to leave sort of my home area and go anywhere east in Pinole, effectively speaking. And sometimes, frankly, depending on how fast cars are coming downhill and whether it's day or night, it can be frightening managing that intersection, because I check to make sure that I'm properly yielding the right of way for cars going straight when I'm turning left, as you're supposed to do. But given the way that line of sight works for the hill, sometimes I'm not going to see a car until it's coming over the hill. And if it's going very fast, well, that's a challenge. The other point I wanted to bring up with regards to that intersection in particular is I noticed one public comment, and I'm going to try and find the exact point it was. So on page 347 of the agenda packet, public comment number 75, I believe it was, stated that vehicles driving north on Appian Way failed to yield to vehicles making a left turn from Pinion onto San Pablo Avenue. And I just wanted to remind everybody that, you know, it's people making the left turn in the unprotected intersection that need to yield to people going straight. And sometimes it seems like people don't necessarily realize this, which is another thing that makes that intersection hazardous to navigate when you're going straight this time, as opposed to turning left. So yeah, I just wanted to talk a bit about my personal experience dealing with that intersection frequently and some of the challenges I've faced in dealing with it. Let's see. I also appreciated the explicit cost breakdown on page 330, noting that it would only be $9,702 to install that signal upgrade. And later on, doing a detailed part by part breakdown. I think that's on page 527, where it has breakdown by category, contingency cost, PG&E cost, and so on. I also had a question that I brought to the city manager, and I'm not necessarily sure I got a full response on that one about whether or not it'll be possible to install a left-hand turn signal at the Tenant San Pablo intersection, because that was one of the major injury flagged intersections. And I know that currently it's just a road diet, not evaluated, but I was wondering if it was evaluated what the estimated cost would be. And that's my time. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. Next public comment?
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council. I have a few observations. This was a pretty hefty report. Kudos to the staff who prepared it. It's great because it'll offer you opportunities for much needed funding to keep our streets safe. But I was just wondering, as part of the planning documents, a couple of things I noticed that because there's a lot of building going along San Pablo Avenue for more housing, that means we're going to have more pedestrians. Was the housing element part of this planning document, because we're going to have increased people living on San Pablo Avenue, and were those part of any of these projections? Secondly, is I noticed that under one of the planning documents is the CIP, but it does not talk about the Tenant Avenue Safety Corridor project, which I'm advocating that it be put in the CIP. So my question is, if the city council adds this to the CIP, can this be amended sooner than later to include that? Because that would be an excellent opportunity to get additional funding, because this is a way for you to leverage that investment that you're making through the CIP to get more funding. So I think you really need to look at that and include that in the CIP for 2022, 2023. Thirdly is, I know there was discussion about Savage and Pinole Valley Road, but has there been any discussion about the second fire station going into the valley and what that analysis will do in this process? So I know it's a living document. I just think it's an opportunity for you all to see how you can include the Tenant Avenue Safety Corridor project. It's one of your, it's a community high priority. It just justifies everything that's already written. So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Thank you. We do. Marilyn Huff.
Good evening, Ms. Huff.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It seems like you have handled a lot of the issues that we have at Pinole Grove, and we are grateful for it. We are always dealing with Raphael and Pinole Valley Road, so we appreciate your attention to that icky intersection. I wanted you to know, this is kind of a housekeeping thing, but I wanted you to know that I received the draft copy of this report on February 6th. And on it, it said that it was too late for any input from the residents. I'd never seen it before. I didn't even know it was in the works. And this has happened to us before at Pinole Grove. We don't know things are happening until it's too late for public comment. And I hope that this doesn't happen with the just cause information. We would very much like to be included in that. And we should have been included in this safety issue because we have been very active in going to Sanjay regularly in the last year to make sure that our intersection at Raphael and Pinole Valley Road is made more safe for all residents in the neighborhood. So please find some way to reach out more effectively to your citizens. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. It looks like we do not have any online comments.
All right, so we'll bring it back to council comments or more questions. Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back with staff and see if they can address the comment that was had about Tennant Avenue improvements and how those improvements would fit into this local roadway safety plan.
Director Mishra?
Yes, the next item, I believe in the financial plan, we have provided some options for the Tennant Avenue corridor improvements. This particular LRSP goes with the data that we just previously mentioned for the last 5 years, that is 2015 to 2019. And I don't think the data, the few of those collisions that happened along Tennant Avenue corridor was available during that time. So that is the reason why some of these Pear and Plum Street is not included. But definitely that is going to be addressed in the CIP.
Yeah, and if I may, I'll just add they're kind of two different products and processes running in parallel. So as was discussed, the LRSP is based on a 5-year review of collision data. And as was mentioned, it ended in 2019. We know that there was a significant issue that unfortunately resulted in a death on Tennant Avenue last year. The LSRP, as well as other planning and analyses documents, feed into the CIP. So the city council is going to be creating a new CIP for the next fiscal year over the course of the next few months. And the city council can consider this revised set of potential improvements to the Tennant Avenue corridor that we're going to be discussing as part of the next item. And all sorts of other inputs when it develops the CIP. So there is an opportunity for the council to include that project as a CIP project in the new upcoming CIP, and then it will help us be more attractive for attracting grants for that.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Just as a follow-up, there were two questions regarding the housing element and perhaps how that has informed or
how those two, I guess, projects work together. And then just thinking about our reactivation of Station 74, have there been any thoughts or consideration given also the reference to EMS services around those two issues? So the housing element and then also Station 74 grant or reopening.
Okay, so the housing element and the Station 74 activation was not included as part of this LRSP development. LRSP development takes only the collision data. It doesn't really go through the traffic, how the traffic is going to increase over the period of time. That it doesn't take into those account for a future developments. It goes with the past data, and then we provide the countermeasures from there on. So, but as we mentioned, LRSP is going to be a living document. So once the developments happen and we gather more data during this time period, then we can always go back and improve and redo the same thing over again to provide new countermeasures if accidents or collisions are happening because of a countermeasure that we recently recommended.
Thank you, Director Mishra. Just to clarify about the 2 to 5 years. So the current local road safety plans is from 2000 is referencing data from 2015 to 2019. Does that mean that the in terms of planning, what our future council should expect is to wait until 2026 or 27 to have a new one, so that they're looking at 2020 through 24 data? Is that what you all perceive in terms of the future?
Yes, it is the jurisdiction's discretion. They can actually revisit their LRSP if significant developments are happened. That is why the 2 to 5 year period is depending on the city's needs. And when we look at the data next time, when we want to revise this, we should be looking at from 2020 onwards. But there is only one issue with 2020 and 2021 because of COVID. Those data are not relied upon. Caltrans and does not advise those data to be taken into account. So the new data, which would be most likely 2022 to say 3 more years. So the best time probably would be 2025 when we should take a look at revising if a lot of development has happened during that time.
Thank you.
And if I may, just to add a little more info, so it's adopting a new local road safety plan no less frequently than every 5 years. So it would be adopting one 5 years from the adoption of this one.
Thank you.
And then it would use whatever is the most current 5 year period of data to rely upon. And we do want the plan to be in place long enough so that we can implement the countermeasures, do some analysis that would inform the next version. So I would expect that the city council, given some of our other planning projects underway, and the city should aim for having adopting a new one 5 years from now.
Got it. And the reason I asked is because we're talking about a CIP. So I'm guessing that probably should be this was one of our infrastructure assessments under our CIP project. So I'm thinking we probably want to think about adding that to the next CIP plan, CIP we pass.
Absolutely.
Got it. Okay. Other questions or otherwise we'll entertain motions. Councilor Tate?
I'd like to motion to approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, adopting local roadway safety plan.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Got it. Councilor Tate's motions and Councilor Martinez Rubin seconds. Any discussion or questions about the motion? Not seeing any, we'll go to the city clerk for a roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tate.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Wonderful. Any other motions on this item? All right, not seeing any, we'll go and thank you again for the presentation. Wonderful to
Thank
have
you.
that,
Thank you so much.
of course. We'll go to the next item. We're going backwards again, which is 12B, to receive the fiscal year 2022-2023 second quarter mid-year financial report and adopt a resolution authorizing budget amendments. City Manager Murray or Director Guillory. Good evening.
Hi,
Again.
good evening again. So I will share my screen here. Okay, are you all able to view the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So for this agenda item, I will be providing an overview of the fiscal year 2022-23 mid-year budget review, also known as the second quarter financial report. So the purpose of the mid-year budget review is to provide an in-depth assessment of the city's funds, revenues and expenditures for the first half of the fiscal year. This is a way to manage the city's budget and to ensure that actuals are meeting our targeted budgeted amounts. This report covers July 1st through December 31st, 2022. And again, we look at whether our actuals are on track with our original budget adjustment or budget projections and determine if any adjustments will be necessary. The financial report also includes a projection of the fiscal year end results and where we expect to be at June 30 of the fiscal year. Additionally, the mid-year budget serves as the baseline for the next year's budget. So in the coming weeks, we'll be kicking off our next year's budget for the fiscal year 2023-24. Also, the mid-year budget serves as the baseline budget for the multi-year forecasting model. Some of the budgetary highlights from the current mid-year budget is that the city remains in a relatively strong financial condition. And what that means is that the city's ongoing funding sources are sufficient to fund its ongoing expenditures. This also means that we continue to have funds in our reserves for one-time projects and initiatives. And in addition to that, we also maintain a general reserve fund. Our revenues and expenditures are on track with proposed mid-year budget, or what is labeled in the financial report as the amended budget. And another important point to make is that the fiscal year 2022-23 budget is a status quo budget. And what that means is there are no major changes from prior years to city programs and services. There were some additions to this year's budget, but no major changes to our programs and services. And some of those notable increases were increases in staffing in the police department specifically, and also in the public works department for capital project staff. The budget also includes a number of one-time special projects. They're all listed here. I won't go through the whole list, but just to highlight a few, we have the active transportation plan, the Brent Court improvements, diversity, equity, and inclusion consulting. We have our emergency power for critical facilities, municipal broadband planning, and so on. So all of these items are included in the current budget as one-time items. The budget also includes a vacancy factor, and what that accounts for is for salary and benefits savings that we realize through vacant positions or those positions that remain unfilled throughout the fiscal year. And as it stands, the budget or the vacancy savings factor is $510,000 or equal to 5% of the total personnel budget. And then lastly, the budget includes the appropriation of the city's remaining American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funds. The city elected to use the allowance to backfill the city's loss of general fund revenue due to the pandemic. And so the remaining $4 million has been transferred into the general fund. So that was just to provide some background on the budget and where it stands. Staff is recommending a number of proposed adjustments for your consideration to be approved tonight. This table here shows the general fund budget summary and where we started and where we are projecting to end this fiscal year. So initially, we did project to use about $884,000 of unassigned fund balance. And just as a reminder, our unassigned fund balance refers to the residual unrestricted portion of fund balance. So these are funds that have accumulated over the years when revenue has exceeded expenditures, and it sits in reserves. It's unrestricted, meaning that it's not limited to a special purpose, and it's also available. It hasn't been appropriated or allocated in the current budget. So we project it to end at 9.7 million initially. We're projecting to end this year at $9.2 million, and we're expecting to use about $1.4 million of unassigned fund balance. And that includes the proposed adjustments of $301,000. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the following slides. So here's an overall summary of the proposed adjustments in the revenue categories. I want to go ahead and skip this because we are not projecting any changes to the revenue in the general fund. So our budget of $28.1 million still holds as the amended budget, and we're projecting to end the year at $28.1 million. We've received about $13.7 million in actuals, which represents about 49% of the budget. So a lot of the revenue categories have seasonality attached to them, meaning that we receive them at various intervals within the year. For example, our property tax are at 62%, and that's because we receive the largest installment of property tax at 55% in December of each year. And we receive the rest throughout the year at various points. For sales tax, it's showing at 39%, and that's because there's typically a 2-month lag of when we receive the sales tax. So the actuals that you see here, the $3.7 million, that represents our actual sales tax revenue from July through October. So it doesn't include November and December. But we are trending to be on track with all of our revenue sources in the general fund, and therefore staff is not recommending any adjustments at this point. For the general fund expenditures, salaries and wages and benefits, we're not recommending any changes there. We're trending on track with the budget. Also mentioned, we have a vacancy savings factor included. Even with the vacancy savings, we're still under budget in that category, and that's mainly due to vacant positions. We're requesting or recommending a $105,000 increase in professional services for some strategic financial support, as well as code enforcement hearing support. In the other operating category, $120,000, and this is for the Fernandez Park restroom project settlement. We have a small adjustment of $6,000 in interdepartmental, and this is to cover a share of the community development permit system. And then an asset capital outlay, recommending $70,000, and that's for park tree maintenance and some Station 74 upgrades. That budget was actually budgeted last year, so we're just recommending to carry that forward. And for transfers out or subsidies that we provide to other funds, such as the Recreation Fund, we are not recommending any changes at this point. So this table just breaks down the general fund expenditures. We started with a budget of $29.1 million, recommending $301,000 in adjustments for an amended budget of $29.5 million, and we're projecting to end the year the same amount. As you can see in the column of percent of amended budget, we're at 46% of budget. Our actuals are $13.5 million. So we're trending well under budget. For some of the areas where it's a little bit over the 50% threshold, or where we would expect to be at the midpoint of the year, that is because some expenditures are not spent on an equal basis monthly. So in the other expenditures category, you'll see that it says 75%. And that's just because some of the expenditures are paid at the beginning of the fiscal year. And then for the transfers out, we've made some of the known transfers out, such as to the various capital projects programs, the $250,000 to the Streets Rehabilitation Fund, just to give an example. So those have already been processed. So with that, we are at 46% of budget as of mid-year. Just going through some of the major funds where staff is recommending some adjustments. We have the gas tax fund here recommending adjustments of $50,000, and that's to increase the expenditure budget for the citywide pavement marking and striping and pothole repair. As we can see, we're planning to use a portion of the unassigned fund balance, but still have a pretty healthy fund balance projected at year end. For the recreation fund, we have a net decrease in revenue, and that's mostly due to lower than projected program revenue as well as facility rental. We also have an increase in expenditure budget, and this was mostly due to unexpected facility repair and maintenance on the HVAC system at the senior center. So that's been included as well. The recreation fund does receive a substantial amount of subsidy from the general fund, and we typically make that transfer at the end of the year, and it's based on actual need. So we will continue to monitor throughout the year. And then once the year ends, we'll look and see what the gap is between revenues and expenditures and adjust the subsidy from the general fund to the recreation fund to ensure that the fund does not go negative. Next, we have the building and planning summary. So we have decreases in the revenue budget, and that's mostly due to 2 applications for 2 large developments not being pulled this fiscal year, but are anticipated to be pulled next fiscal year. There's also a small decrease in the expenditure budget, mostly due to salary savings for unfilled positions. And that savings is partially offset by the community development permit system that the city is currently working on, and also permit technician backfill to fulfill some backlog in that area. We also have the growth impact fund, and similar to the building and planning fund, the decrease is due to the 2 applications for the large developments not being pulled in the current year. We have the sewer enterprise fund. Staff is recommending $130,000 in proposed adjustments. This is for the sludge removal project, the sanitary sewer overflow mitigation project, as well as the air release valve replacements. So these were items where the amounts needed are a bit higher than what was originally budgeted. And then lastly, we have the Information Systems Fund, and we are recommending an increase of $341,000 and also the offset of $341,000. This is for the community development permit system that is in progress. This was actually budgeted in the prior fiscal year. However, the work hadn't started then, so this is more of a carry forward from last year to this year. And where you see the negative number, the credit of $341,600, that is because the Information Systems Fund is an internal service fund, meaning that all costs are allocated out to the departments. So the increase in expenditures for the new system will be allocated out to the departments, including community development, public works, finance, and that budget will be credited back to this for a 0 balance in the Information Systems Fund. And then lastly, as included in the staff report, there are a couple of additional items for City Council consideration. So staff has not proposed these amounts in the above mentioned adjustments, but they are for City Council's consideration and direction. And there are 2, there's the traffic safety improvements on the Tenant Avenue corridor. There are 2 options. One is for immediate improvements with an estimated cost of about $110,000, and then longer term improvements, which comes up to about $960,000 for improvements at Tenant Ave and Pear Street and Tenant Ave at Plum Street. And then the second item is the public safety building modernization project. So this project is actually included in the 5-year capital improvement plan. It is, I believe, $300,000 over the next 3 years, but it starts in fiscal year 2023-24. And staff is recommending to move that project up to get some of that work done in the current fiscal year. So the recommendation is to appropriate the $100,000 in the current budget. And then this is just a summary extracted from the staff report of all of the budget adjustments that I just went through. And then lastly, if we have any additional items, it will require the use of additional fund balance if the 2 items that I just presented are added to the budget. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available to discuss or answer any questions.
Thank you. As always, thank you so much, Director Gregory, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
We will go to questions from council members. Are there any council members with questions? Counselor Tate?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering if you could jump to slide 9. I think I ask this question every time we do this, but
okay.
there's the other operating expenditures line. And what falls into those categories there? It just seems kind of other operating expenditures.
Other operating, so it includes things like materials and supplies. Let's see on this one. There's another category called other expenditures. Just one moment.
So that's just kind of the catch-all for everything.
Yeah,
that
it's
doesn't
the
fit
catch-all for everything else outside of the other categories that are listed here.
in. Okay.
It also, one of the major ones, if I may, I'm sorry about that.
Go
I
ahead.
should have mentioned that, is it includes the debt service, which is
Okay.
just short of $600,000 for the 2006 pension obligation bonds.
Mhm.
And those are actually paid at the beginning of the fiscal year. So that's the majority of this, the actuals there.
Got it. The other question I have a couple more, just related to ARPA. When we took that 4 million and moved it to the general fund, does that go, is that still, and I asked this before, but I want to ask it again. It looked like there was a Fund 217 where that money resides. And how is that money, I guess, when we transfer it, tracked to, if it goes to parks or if it goes to, you know what I mean? Just how do we keep that same intent that ARPA originally was for? I know that we put it into the general fund. It's at the discretion of this council, but I have this feeling like we should try to hold true to what that money was actually given to us for. I know that we were only allocated, it was like 2 million or something for the cost or the lost revenue originally when we talked about this, but are we saying that the whole 4 million is now for revenue loss?
Yes.
Okay.
So an agency can claim up to $10 million in revenue loss.
Okay.
And so, yes, the full 4 million is accounted for that. And then just to go back to your question, and hopefully I'm answering it right, but as far as tracking purposes, we do have an accounting system for tracking the ARPA funds, even though it's in the general fund, we have what's called a project code.
Okay.
So that we can tie its specific expenditures back to the ARPA funds, because there is a reporting requirement that we will still have to do every year.
So like in this report on page 70, looks like, hold on 1 second, I'm gonna make sure I'm in the right place. I got 76. It wouldn't say Fund 217, like, or Measure S 2014 is 106. We wouldn't say Fund 217 for a particular project.
It would not.
Okay, I see. So it would have to go from the general fund to another account, then to.
Well, it stays in the general fund, so it doesn't move anywhere else, but we would attach a project code so that we can track it. So we could actually find a way to break it out in these presentations.
Right, like if it would say.
So that, yes, it's transparent.
Right. So it would say, instead of general fund, it would say Fund 217, ARPA fund, with the knowledge that that's general fund.
So it wouldn't say Fund 217 because it's not in fund. Yeah,
Got it.
it wouldn't say Fund 217 anymore, but there's a separate code to track it. And we can definitely break it out.
Okay, the next question I had is Fund 275. The Parkland Fund that you mentioned was being decreased. Is that money being pulled out and allocated somewhere?
For the growth.
No. It's called the Parkland Fund.
Oh, the Parkland.
So the 276 you had in the presentation, the 276 is represented in the capital improvement plan. but the 275 is mentioned in your summary, but not where it's being put.
Right, so there was some cleanup that had to be done, and it was done through the development fee impact report that was presented back in December.
Okay.
So there were funds that were put toward and budgeted in the Parkland Dedication Fund that should have went to the Growth Impact Fund. So we've since done some cleanup, and it was included in the resolution at that time as well. So this is to clean up that budget because we're not expecting any funding in the Parkland Dedication Fund.
So that money couldn't technically be used for the parks improvements. Like, I thought that fund, when I saw it, would be money specifically set aside for park improvements and park rehabilitation. But it looks like that money was not supposed to go there. It was supposed to go to growth impact.
It was not. It was supposed to go to Growth Impact. And so the balance that was sitting in that fund back in December, we moved that over to the Growth Impact Fund.
I see. So we're,
Yeah, there was just a history of where it was posted to the wrong place. So there is a growth impact fee that is for parks specifically. And what was happening is that money was being collected in the Parkland Dedication Fund rather than the growth impact fee fund.
I see. So we're clearing that, we're zeroing that account out.
Yes.
The 275. So is there any money for park rehabilitation, or is that, I guess what I'm saying is that it feels like we should have a fund that's for growth or for parklands, considering we're doing this park master plan. And as we're doing this park master plan, it was my impression that that money would be set aside for any improvements that come out of the park master plan. But is it the whole 1.2 million, or is it?
No, it's not the whole.
So we weren't really putting any money away for parks.
Yes, it's in the Growth Impact Fee Fund. So the Growth Impact Fee Fund rolls up all of the various impact fees. So there's parks, there's police, there is wastewater, there's subsections within that fund.
I see.
For the various areas. So we are collecting that for the park fees as well. It just wasn't supposed to go into the Parkland Dedication. And I don't know if the city attorney wants to chime in. And it's because the projects were not or didn't involve subdivisions. That's where the Pinole Municipal Code Parkland Dedication section requires the collection of fees when there's a subdivision involved. Maybe Director Whalen can weigh in on that.
So I'm happy to chime in here, and that's your description is correct, which is that we had an accounting practice that was errant, and that we were taking the growth impact fees that were intended for parks and putting them into this parkland dedication. That's actually funded through a different mechanism related to subdivisions. But if you're just developing a new project that doesn't involve a subdivision, you're not contributing funds to the parkland dedication. You're just paying growth impact fees. So as Director Guillory mentioned, that growth impact fund is all of our development impact funds together. So we could break out the accounting for what needs to go for police services, parks, wastewater, and give you an accounting of that. But some of those funds in the growth impact fund are for park development purposes.
I see. So is that broken out in subcategories? Because to me, I look at that growth impact fund and it's a lot of money as our, savings account for particular projects that would drive a CIP. And when I see it as one big pot, it's kind of like, okay, now it's trying to break all of that out and instead of staying disciplined year after year and making sure that we get to a point where we have the money to fund a project. So looking at this, it's kind of, it's almost 4 million combined. And I know that some of that money went out for other reasons, and there should be a balance. It looks like of about 400,000 now. It seems like a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree. And that's something that we can take up as a discussion. I think the appropriate time would be as part of the CIP as a source of funding. So if we identify projects, this is a pool of funding. The impact fees are a little bit limited in that they're intended to develop new facilities that are directly related to the new developments. And so we can't use them. So even for park impact fees, we can't use them for just any park purpose. It's supposed to be directly proportionate to services, improve services and facilities that are going to be serving the new residents. They're basically paying for the new facilities that need to be developed on their behalf. So there are some limitations on how it can be used, but it is a big pool of money that could be used for different purposes. So would be worth discussing as part of the CIP.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that was, let me see, make sure. Talked about ARPA, talked about. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Other questions? Counselor Martinez Rubin?
Thank you. Yes, clarification, please. There was a slide, Director Guillory, that you had about Pear Street and Plum Street and the total amounts there, and that those amounts were not included in the amended budget.
Right.
And, oh, I see now, immediate improvements. I'm looking at page 15 and 16 of the staff report. So what I need clarity on is the recommendation. Are we talking about including 110 or 440 plus 520 as an adjustment to the budget?
I think Director Mishra wants to weigh in.
Yes, so we're requesting only 110,000 for immediate improvements.
Okay, an immediate meaning for through this fiscal year. Yeah, okay. Yes,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
If I may, I want to, if I may, Director Mishra, add a little context on that. So there's the slate of amendments that staff is recommending that mostly have to do with budget balancing, some of the adjustments that Director Guillory mentioned. And then there are two other items that we're flagging for a council decision tonight. That's not kind of basic cleanup of the budget. These are two new items. And one of those two items that council can consider providing direction on are these traffic safety improvements on the Tenant Avenue corridor. You'll recall that we worked with the consultants and had some community engagement and identified some very substantial improvements that were possible for Pear Street and Plum Street, including concrete bulb outs on all four corners, high visibility crosswalks, a flashing beacon in one. So the city council could decide tonight to appropriate funding to those really substantial long-term improvements at a cost of $960,000. But we also went through another process, including the consultant, to identify some less expensive improvements, which would cost $110,000. That includes painted bulb outs with plastic bollards. And so this is presenting council an opportunity to make a decision about whether it would like to appropriate funding to either of these right now. And then the other thing that, again, it's not a staff recommendation among those other items that Director Guillory presented earlier. This is at council's discretion. Again, we're just flagging this for your discussion, which is we have a 3-year project in the CIP already that currently scheduled to start next fiscal year, but we have the capacity and think it's a pressing operational need to begin making some modernization improvements to the public safety building. So we're asking for council to make a decision on whether it wants to pull forward that project. It's $100,000 each of 3 years starting next year, but we'd like to begin it this year. And so if council approves that, we'll do that. So there's the cleanup budget adjustments that Director Guillory mentioned, and then we're flagging two other options for the council to provide direction tonight as well.
And of course, any other adjustments folks want to make. Great question. Other questions, Counselor?
Thank you.
Martinez? Yep, Counselor Sasai.
Director Guillory, thank you very much for the great report you brought for us. So I'm supportive of the traffic safety improvements on the 10th Avenue corridor. I think it's a great decision to have immediate improvements funded now, while we wait to secure funding for the long-term improvements. It's consistent with, I think, what the public has been saying, especially the folks from St. Joseph's Church who were affected by the death that happened in that corridor. Now the second item, the public safety building modernization project. On page 16 of the report, page 248 of the agenda packet, it references significant maintenance costs. And so I was wondering, if we were to fund this, this modernization project, would the maintenance costs or operational costs decrease as a result of this?
No. This is really for, the request is for to improve the building's flooring and some of the existing equipments which are aged and almost at the end of their life. And this particular project is, as city manager mentioned, it is a 3-year project in the CIP, the 5-year CIP. But we are requesting that those funds for 23-24 be just forwarded, bring forward to this year so that we can start some of the improvements right now, as the need seems to be a little urgent.
And if I may add some additional information, I have a slightly different take on the language, which is we recently had to do some emergency repairs of the flooring, including where we're having leaks from the second floor into the first floor, including in the restroom. So making these improvements isn't going to reduce our ongoing routine maintenance costs, but it's going to help us get ahead of some, I think, short-term improvements that we would otherwise, essentially, I think we'd be double paying for making some small spot improvements. And if we did something in a more wholesale fashion. So I think what Director Mishra was saying is we're just going to get an upgraded building that is not, there's not going to be something different about its performance that we're saving dramatically on, routine maintenance. We'll still have to wash the floors and do patch repairs. But I think it is an investment that, and Director Mishra, feel free to add to this, I think is an investment that's going to help us keep us from making these small repairs. And I would say it's kind of comparable to some improvements. We've been making some small improvements on some of our HVAC systems before we finally decided we need to do a more full-blown improvement. So rather than spending, say $2 every single year for 8 years, if we spend, $10 now, it will take us over that same period of time and save us more money. So,
so in the long term, it would save us more money because we would not have to make these small improvements.
Yeah, not in our routine maintenance, but I think is, it would save us more money in the long run.
And would that add up to be over $100,000, you think, in small
it wouldn't
costs?
Yeah, it wouldn't, I don't think, but we need to eventually do these major renovations to extend the life of that building, say, another 10 or 15 years. And so we're not gonna be saving that much money, but we might save, $40,000 by making a longer term and more substantial investment now.
Thank you for the information. I'm just trying my best to justify this item that's coming for consideration, because there are a lot of projects that are unfunded right now, and a lot that have to do with pedestrian safety, things like installation of traffic clocks, things like our Appian Way Complete Streets project. And so that's one thing I'll be keeping in consideration when we talk about these two items. So, thank you.
Great. Any other questions, Councilor Desai?
That's all. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, any questions? All right, no questions. The only question I had was that hasn't been answered is just to get clarity about the ARPA funds. So in future reports, what I heard from you, Director Guillory, is that we will provide project updates around how ARPA funds are being, or can you just clarify what you meant by how we'll receive updates around those funds? And the reason I'm asking, it often comes up in the public around not just the intent of ARPA, but how quickly we use those funds too, has been a topic of conversation. And so I just want to make sure we're clear on how we'll get those updates.
Yeah, and I think that'll a part of the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. Council or staff will recommend that council provides direction on those, because it is right now it sits in the general fund, basically in the fund balance.
Mm-hmm.
So it hasn't actually been assigned to anything. But what I meant by the project code is that we've set up an accounting mechanism to be able to track the funds, to track and monitor them, because we will have to report on them, and to make sure that we prove to the U.S. Treasury that we spent them within the timeline and according to the guidelines. So we will have to make some decisions around what we will apply those to. And they can be used for things such as general purpose activities. For example, public safety. It could be ongoing, regular operational items that we apply that funding to. We just have to show how we're using that. So that'll be one of the items that we'll need to receive direction from the city council on going forward.
Great. And thank you for referencing the timeline too, because I think I trust our council to move with intent of it, right? I think we also have
Yes.
to add that extra piece, which is the timeline. And clearly we have a lot of needs in our community. So I don't think we'll find an issue with finding a need for it.
Yeah.
And so thank you. So without any more questions from council, we'll go to the public comment section. Are there any comments from the public? City Clerk Bell?
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menez and Maria Alegria in person.
Good evening again. So
1 minute, Mr. Menez.
it also sounds like somebody else is their audio on.
Yeah, I think it's Director Guillory.
Good evening again. So I've got a question. I sent a message again to the city manager about the recreation department fund. Director Gloria, would you mind muting? I think there's some feedback audio we're getting here. Some about Fund 209 that the expenditure was due to some end of life maintenance issues with the HVAC system. And I was wondering whether the city knew what the cost for replacing it was going to be and what the timeline for that cost was. Is it going to be coming up in capital improvement for next year or a few years from now? Is it already in the CIP process? Or is it something that it's just now starting to be considered? And that all that stuff is on page 241 of the agenda packet. And
Yep.
that that wasn't the right page. Ah, 248. So then on 248, I guess, sort of, this is more of a comment than a question here. I think that we should consider the public safety building modernization cost shift differently than the recommended improvements at Tenant and Pear and Tenant and Plum, because the city is planning to make those expenditures for the public safety building modernization in future financial years. It's just shifting the timeline forward a bit. So you lose a bit of the future time value of that money, but it's not really new expenditures as such. Whereas these new improvements, whether it's the immediate term 110,000 or the longer term near $1 million for the both of them, would be new expenditures that hadn't been previously accounted for. So I do think that at the very least, it would be worthwhile to have the immediate improvements on the Tenant Avenue corridor just to reduce the risk of future fatalities there, which couldn't really be accounted for in the local roadway safety program because that was limited by design to the 2015 to 2019 period. So it can't account for the fatality in 2022. But I think, like I said earlier, that it's worth considering that differently than the public safety building modernization. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Again, Maria Alegria. I have a couple questions regarding the property tax, the RPTTF debt service payment of 1,490,951. That's the last payment. I'm just trying to understand, will that money go back into the property tax revenue? for 23, 24, or does that that money just disappears? I don't know if it's through the city manager or through our Miss Guillory.
Sure,
If
I'll
you
go
can
back to
answer
the
that.
slide. I think you're referencing, let's see, on the revenue slide.
It says the last debt service payment is this year. So does that mean is there going to be any money that will go forward from that, or is that just been sitting there and it's getting paid to?
Oh, I see. It's in regard to the successor agency,
Yeah.
RPTF
Yeah.
funds. Yes, so the last payment will be made in 2023, 24.
Mhm.
And then in subsequent years, the property tax revenue that would have gone to the successor agency fund to pay down the debt will flow directly into the general fund. And it'll be partially offset by some expenditures that were formerly funded by the successor agency fund of about $250,000. It's the admin portion that the county provides, so that'll be reduced, but the remaining amounts will flow into the city's general fund after 23, 24.
Okay, and another question I had is our Airbnb rental subject to the transient occupancy tax?
Yes.
Okay, and then finally, probably through the city manager, Mr. Mayor, I'm still not clear on when the CIP for 2022, 23, those projects will be reviewed and reprioritized. And I'm wondering if that's going to be part of the April 25th special city council workshop. Will that be discussed? Because I only see that it's the CIP for 2023, 24. So if you could answer that question. And I only wanted to comment on the funding for the safety improvements of Tennant Avenue corridor. As I understand it, it's 520,000. I'm opposed to piecemealing this project. I think you should make an investment of the total amount that is needed to make those improvements through your CPI, put that project in the CPI. And some of you may be a little too young to know this, but a penny wise and a pound foolish. That's what we're really talking about here. Make the full investment. We deserve it. It's clear in the report that was presented, and this is only to 2019 about the local safety transportation project, that there is a need. The community is crying out for your attention to this area. So please put that project in the CIP. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, thank you. Online, we have a caller with last four digits 5748. Go ahead, please. Please state your name and city of residence.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I have two-part comment. One on the trash, full service trash can, does that not include the 1 dozen or so trash, multi-use trash receptacles? Are we talking about the same thing here that were supposedly already ordered for the Pinole Hog Park area and some other public park areas that are in dire need of those double receptacle full service trash recyclable cans now, and they've never been replaced, not one of them. Only when they put in the new skateboard park and a few other places did they get the newer ones, or are these something different? And then secondly, I don't know, maybe they're still in storage. They need to address that immediately and not wait several years or another year to 3 years to do it, because all kind of garbage and trash is being put in those cans. And then secondly, regarding the traffic safety plan, I disagree with the last speaker. I think Mr. Sasai or someone else mentioned that they should look at the the budgeting of the $100,000 proposed Band-Aid, lack of a better term, project on Penn Pear and Plum Street. They can use that money for something else in the interim. They can use that area to be a test for 6 months to a year to see what happens with the reduced budget improvements that the city manager also mentioned a few minutes ago. And you may have to put, since you're setting a priority there on that whole corridor, you know, you're gonna probably down the road have to treat every other intersection with some kind of priority or amended budget plan to put the same type of thing in, be it Appian Way, Marlesta, San Pablo Avenue, and the list, Savage and Pinole Valley Road, the list can go on and on. And so that would be my suggestion for that money, and not use the almost $1 million all up front at once just for that one intersection. And what you're doing is, by doing that, you're also diverting the traffic, you know, for these traffic breakers to take side roads and side streets rather than deal with what may be an improvement in your eyes to 10th Avenue, but all the other neighboring streets and blocks
Thank
will
you,
get
Mr.
the
Tony.
excess traffic in the interim, you know. And so that
Thank
was
you.
my comment on that. And I think you should have an immediate priority list versus the CIP longer term priority.
Thank you,
list
Mr. Tony.
for addressing things like
Thank you so much. We got your comment, and we are asking for other public comments as well. So if we do have any other public comment online, City Clerk Bell?
Yes, just confirming that was the last comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any more public comments in person or online. We'll go back to council for comments, other questions, or any motions. Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
Yeah, I just had a question regarding the the public safety building modernization for 100,000. That makes sense because it's an immediate need. Question on the Tenant Avenue, the $440,000 plus the $520,000 options that we're looking at. Is there any possibility that it would even be spent within this current fiscal year? For
So the
longer term improvements.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
Yes, please, Director Mishra.
Okay. So the long-term improvements, what is being proposed and the estimated cost there, those costs are so high because of the road improvement, the concrete curve, and the drainage improvement that it will require. But the interim solution, what we are proposing, we are hoping that it will achieve the same goals of constricting or reducing the speed of the traffic and having being able to shorten the distance for pedestrian to cross the crosswalk. The distance will be because of the bulb out. If this proves to be effective, we may not have to do the long-term improvement at all. So this is just so my thought is to really do this, try this out at these two intersections, and to see its effectiveness. And if there is, for some reason, we are not able to draw drivers' attention and reduce speeds in this corridor, then maybe we have to take the next steps.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of what I wanted to just verify that, this is to amend the current budget. And I don't think that there would be any way that we would be able to invest, for the longer term improvements during this, before the end of this fiscal year. But the $110,000 charge for the immediate improvements there, and the $100,000 for the public safety building modernization, those make sense for amendments.
Thank you. City Manager Murray, did you have a comment that you'd like to make?
Yeah, I was just gonna add to the response to your question, Councilmember Tons. We wouldn't expend the money for the long-term improvements this fiscal year. It's pretty substantial work. There'd need to be some design work, so we'd be issuing RFP to hire somebody to do design work, including the concrete work, the drainage work. So it wouldn't be spent this year. In addition, the item tonight is not, we don't have an agenda item tonight considering amending the current fiscal year's CIP. That's not an agenda item before us. So the council can't really act to amend the current year's CIP. The council can act to appropriate funding, but those are two separate documents and processes, basically. So it really isn't an option based on the agendized items to amend this year's CIP. But you can make a decision to appropriate the funding. That would be reflected in the next CIP or some other future agenda item changing the CIP. The tenant corridor improvements are not a current project in the CIP. They're a prospective project that's been discussed.
So just to clarify, just because you made that comment, so the way I hear it is the CIP is the program and then the budget adjustment is the funding for that. They talk to each other. So can you clarify what you mean when you say we're not editing the CIP, but we're technically talking about the budget that makes the CIP? I'm a little confused.
So the CIP is a kind of a static document until it's amended. And all I'm saying is the action to consider amending that static document is not on tonight's agenda. So technically we couldn't amend it tonight.
Right.
But you can take the separate action of providing funding to a CIP project. And then at some point in the future, adjusting the CIP and whether that's worth doing for the CIP for the remaining 3.5 months this year or not, that funding is there and programmatic work can begin on that. And you can update the CIP whenever you'd like. I don't know that there's a urgent business reason to update it before we create the new one in 3 months' time.
Sure. Okay. And then just to clarify, Mayor Pro Tem Tom's mentioned, so what I'm hearing is the long-term measures for the traffic safety improvements on Tenant Avenue Corridor project, which I hope get a short code soon on the CIP, that those long-term measures will not be done even if they're funded today.
Yeah, they wouldn't be done.
Okay.
I mean, even for a year, I think
Just to be clear, the immediate measures, will they be done by the end of the fiscal year if they are funded today?
I don't know for sure. We'd have to go back and look at the project prioritization, but at least they would be on the to-do list. I think it's a little bit of maybe we want to consider relabeling the long-term solutions. It's really immediate and more narrow scope improvements that we think have a chance of doing the job versus a more substantial set of improvements. So I wouldn't say in these immediate improvements that are being suggested might, if they're effective, be the permanent long-term solutions. It's really a more limited scope set of interventions and a much more robust set of interventions. But it's possible we might learn by experience that the more narrow set of interventions is sufficient. And the LSRP has identified something like $5.5 million worth of prospective projects, and we don't have that kind of money in the bank. So we will have to do some budgeting to prioritize those funds across many, many needs.
Got it. And the reason I asked that question is I asked an earlier question on a different item around what projects will be complete. So the challenging piece that I've heard residents say is we are spending 1.4 million over what we're coming in this year, for example, if we approve items tonight. But what I'm hearing is that if we're not actually completing those items, most of that money will be moved into next year's budget. Is that correct? Is that a correct analysis that a resident listening tonight will hear? If those items are not complete, technically we're not spending more money than we're coming in. That money is going to be moved to the next budget.
Yeah, that's accurate in some respects. I will note that in the attachment to the staff report for the CIP item, there is a column on the far right that says what the anticipated completion date is. So that question came up earlier. That is in one of the attachments. The issue that was being discussed about the mid-year adjustments and how we're spending from fund balance, that's just in the general fund. So some of these capital projects that aren't going to be completed on time come from other funding sources. So to the extent that they're funded by, a capital project is funded by the general fund and isn't completed, then yes, we won't be using that money from fund balance this year.
Okay.
But some of those CIP projects come from the gas tax fund or other sources of funding, so it's not exactly a one-to-one.
Aren't those
Only-
disbursements into the general fund? The gas tax, these funds are disbursements into the general fund, correct?
No, some of them go directly to pay for a capital project.
Okay.
They don't all flow through the general fund.
Gotcha. Okay. Great, thank you. Any other questions? Counselor Tate?
So, for example, tonight we heard from Director Mishra that the installation of high capacity trash bins is going to be a small project. It's not going to be the full $425,000 project. Yet it's represented in 22-23 year. It makes sense to say, okay, well, Director Mishra, how much money are you going to need? I'm guessing 125,000, I'm guessing, just using that as an example, spread out over the next 3 years, right? That can't be made tonight. That kind of direction can't be given tonight by council.
It could be because the appropriation component of it could be, what we're not doing is technically editing this existing CIP document. But you could say, we want to make an adjustment, a budget adjustment tonight that reduces the funding for the trash capture devices to some amount. I think that's a little bit of an unusual circumstance because pretty late in our thought process on those devices, did we learn of this operational challenge?
Right. I was an advocate for this. So
Yeah.
when I was seeing that here, it was kind of like, okay, this is fantastic, but the operational component's going to, if it's 80 pounds, you're needing one of those tote lifters or whatever it is to move it around. That makes sense. So with that information, does it make sense to reduce that to something that's manageable for staff so that we can get our arms around this project and then fund it over the next 3 years? Similar to that, in the opposite direction, would it be all right to condense the police project into a two-year project to offset those costs that we would be spending this year?
It would. It's also fine to, I mean, all of this, the funding for both of those projects comes out of the general fund. We don't have a cash flow issue in the general fund because we have unassigned fund balance.
Right.
So you have the capacity for both of those to fully fund the amounts of those projects today and just know that it's going to take 3 years to expend those funds. And that's how we typically budget for capital projects. So you're not constrained by balancing what's in the current year budget necessarily. If you want to say you want to move forward all $300,000 for the public safety building and budget them this year, even though you know we're not going to spend it, or if you want to spread out the appropriations for the the multi-use smart trash devices, you want to spread that out. Either approach is fine.
Well, I mean, I'm trying, I understand. I'm just trying to make sure that I stay within that number that it's presented here, because I know that staff's reviewed it. So it's like, if we can have or spread that over time, I'd like to, for projects that are immediate, we want to make sure that we condense that in. I guess the jump that we're saying is this tenant improvement is a new development into the capital plan. That's what you're saying is something that might not be something we can take action on tonight.
We can't act on tonight is modifying the existing CIP document itself.
May I, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, may I
Councilor
propose
Martinez.
a motion and then.
Councilor Martinez, Rubin, let the conversation go and then.
Yeah, I kind of want to hear.
So what we can't do, so the CIP is an existing document. We can't edit that document tonight, but it's just it's a plan for, it's a 5-year plan for what we're going to fund. But you can appropriate funding for us to begin work on something tonight. So for instance, for us to begin working on the immediate tenant avenue improvements, you can just fund that and we can begin to do that as staff work. It doesn't need to be reflected in the CIP.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity, City Manager Murray. I think we're talking about funding and a program, basically. So Councilor Sasai had Councilor Sasai, and then we'll go to Councilor Martinez.
Ready to make a motion, but I will wait until the questions are.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Martinez
I'm
Rubin.
ready to make a motion.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, did you
I
have a
was
question?
ready to make a motion.
Fantastic. I just want to make sure. And I'm also, right, so I
I
think.
guess I
we'll-
was the only one with questions. but, yeah, that's fine.
All right, so great questions and we will, yes, we'll hear from Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Okay, I move that the council receive the fiscal year 22-23 second quarter mid-year financial report. Adopt the resolution authorizing related budget adjustments, which in the report reflect about $301,000. And create 100,000 for Tenant Avenue corridor immediate improvements and 110,000 for the public safety.
Other way around.
May I see the figures, the slide with the figures, so we get the
Page
correct?
16.
$110,000 for Tenant Avenue and 100,000 for the public safety building.
I'll second that.
All right, any other questions about this? I do feel like I have a better motion, no offense. I'd like to offer.
I also have a motion to.
I think all of us. Okay, so what we'll do is Counselor Sasai, you had your hand up, so I'll go to you and then Counselor Tate, if you have questions or comments on the motion particularly. Yeah, because there's a motion on the table, the introduction of a motion, unless it's actually voted on or rescinded, is not appropriate right now. So what we'll have to do is, if multiple council members have motions, we have to discuss the motion. We could also request that Counselor Martinez Rubin rescind her motion, but that is the appropriate procedure.
Sort of a comment, sort of a question, but I would much prefer that the motions to allocate funding to each project be separate if possible.
Okay.
I hope that would be reasonable.
All right, Counselor Tate, did you have a question or comment on the motion or a piece of,
No,
doesn't have to be about the motion, but.
I agree. I have a much more granular motion to, and I guess it's just related to the PA 2101 and the police, public safety building modernization.
Okay.
I'd like to have those separate because I want to be able to discuss that with council.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, did you, this is, you seconded this motion, but do you have an alternative motion that if,
No, this
Yes,
is the
okay.
exact motion that I was going to make.
okay, do you have any other comments on this motion or questions? Okay, great. So there is a motion on the table. Counselor Martinez Rubin, would you like to keep your motion or would you be willing to rescind to hear out?
I would like to keep the motion.
Okay, so we'll go to a council vote on this motion and City Clerk Bell, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Taves.
No.
Councilmember Sasai,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
The motion fails.
So let's hear out the motions before we make another motion so that folks can actually hear what we all think. I think that'll be easier before folks make a motion. What is the idea that you have perhaps? And then if you want to make a motion, it'll be easier, but I just don't want that to happen again to Councilor Martinez Rubin, for example. So Counselor Tate, please
So-
make a motion
Sure,
or state your idea.
So I'd like to motion to reallocate funds from the $425,000 from PA 2101. Reducing that to 125,000 for the 22-23 year. And 100,000 for the next 3 years.
And I think we would all appreciate a restatement of that.
Yeah,
motion.
sure. How do I say this?
I think you probably said it. We just. need
Yeah,
to take it
yeah.
in
So
again.
I'd like to,
What page are you referring to?
sure, page 76,
Of the agenda packet for
the agenda.
page 76 of the agenda packet refers to the code of which he's referring, which he said PA 22.
We're on 12B.
Uh-huh.
And 12B I'm showing is page 233 to 560.
So Mayor Pro Tem Toms, just to clarify,
Yeah.
Councilmember Tave is making a motion. He is referencing page 76 because he's referencing the project number that he's referring to around funding. So this is back to the conversation around what the motion is, like he's referencing a program and then what I heard from you is you're referencing funding in a program.
funding.
Okay, so
But is it in? We're on this item. We're on,
we are on 12B, but in order to understand the motion or what project he's referencing, you're gonna need to know the project number.
Let me,
But we are on 12B.
right. Let me restate. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. So motion that I'm making is for project PA 2101 installation of high capacity trash bins. I'd like to reduce the $425,000 allocation by 300,000 for this fiscal year.
Okay. So essentially what that would do is you're taking 300,000 out of the solid waste, or that is funded by the solid waste fund. So that would be $300,000 from the solid waste fund.
Right.
Going back. Is that clear, City Manager Murray?
Yeah,
At least what the intent is.
I do. The earlier motion had, you spread the remaining 300,000 over the next 3 fiscal years. Is that part of the motion?
Right, for the next 3 fiscal years.
Okay, so if I may, so for the capital project, the installation of high capacity trash bins, which currently is funded at $425,000 in this current fiscal year, my understanding is that Councilmember Tave is proposing a reallocation of that funding to just 125,000 this fiscal year, 100,000 the following year, another 100,000 the following year after that, and a final $100,000 the year after that, so that it's spreading that 425 over 4 years.
Mayor Pro Tem Chomsky, real quick. Is that what you are
That is that's
accurate?
motion.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
so you're talking about budgeting for future fiscal years, and that's not on the agenda. We're working on this current agenda, or this current fiscal year.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if the motion needs to be just reduce it
Reduce.
by 300,000,
That's what I,
and the rest has to be dealt with later.
that makes
Okay,
sense.
That's why you clarified it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
So,
Thank you,
we'll
Mayor.
go ahead and motion to take PA to 101, installation of high capacity trash bins, and reduce it from 425,000 to 125,000.
Thank you. And that's the motion.
That's the motion.
Okay. So because there's not a second, let's hold that motion if that's possible. And Councilmember Society, I'd like to know your idea or what the motion is if there's no second. There's no second. Great.
My motion would simply to allocate funding to the immediate traffic safety improvements on the 10th Avenue corridor in the amount of $110,000.
Okay.
That would be the motion.
Okay. All right. There's no other motion on the table. So Mayor Pro Tem Thompson, did you have a question or did you have a motion?
Did your motion also include the rest of adopting the resolution? I want to make sure that we're handling everything. If we can handle everything.
I'll facilitate that part. Do you have a motion on the table? Okay, perfect. So what we'll do is there is a motion to remove $300,000 from project PA 2101 installation of a high capacity trash bins for the 2022-2023 year. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a second to that motion. Any questions on that motion? Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Help me understand why there's an advantage to that, given that the funding for the high capacity trash bins is coming from a source that specifically works for that kind of item, whether it's budgeted for this year or whether it's budgeted across years. It doesn't affect the general fund, if that is what has been of concern. So help me understand the advantage of what your motion is.
I think the advantage is it's realistic to what we can actually accomplish for the year.
Is it, yeah, I still don't see the necessity for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Specifically, we're looking at sources of funding, which I think was the impetus for members of the public to even suggest reducing that amount.
To be clear, we're looking at we're looking at all budget adjustments for this year. So the
I am clear
staff
on
has
that.
proposed a couple. We as a council can also propose any budget
I
adjustment.
understand that.
Okay, I just want
I'm
to make.
trying to
sure.
understand, again, the rationale, why it makes a difference. Because
enough.
oftentimes it's the source of funding that we're concerned about.
Mhm.
And this source of funding for those trash capacity bins, whether it's for this year or for future years, regardless of when the project gets implemented, those funds are probably, this is an example of where the source of funds is most directly connected to the product or to the results, to the project.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
What I wanted to just bring up, so if we're just working on this fiscal year and we reduce it by 300,000, we will not have that $300,000 when we work on the budget for next fiscal year to carry it over. It will be gone. So if we leave it alone, it will be unspent and then it can be carried over into future fiscal years. But if you reduce it, it's gone.
City manager, is that true?
I guess I have a different interpretation of it. If you reduce the amount of funding by $300,000, that amount returns to the available fund balance in that fund.
It goes to fund balance, but it doesn't go to this line item.
That's right.
Right now, it's on this line item. And
Right.
it will be carried over if it's not spent.
Right. It's no longer in a sense reserved for this specific line item, but it goes back into fund balance where you could use it for any appropriate purpose for that fund.
Sure, and when we get to the CIP, we can reallocate it. Right?
Yes, you could make that decision then to fund it.
Okay,
I just want to make sure that's understood.
great. So other questions on the motion? All right, and this is again, this is a separate motion from finding funding for our staff recommendations. That's okay to do, but I just wanted to reference that we do need to go back to some of the other parts of the resolution and ideas. So seeing no comments or questions on this motion, we'll go to City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No,
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
So I'd like to make a motion, if I may, that we adopt a resolution with the Exhibit A staff recommendations.
I'll second that.
I do have a opportunity, I think, move around like some of the projects we have. I was hoping to provide an alternative motion not to adopt the resolution yet. Is that okay? Would you be willing to rescind your
We can
motion?
do this in 5 motions if you want.
Great, thank you.
We've got 20 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. So are you rescinding your motion? Is that? Thank you. So I move to redirect Measure S 2014 funding amount of 420,000 from the CIP project FA 2201 to fund immediate measures for traffic safety improvements on Tenant Avenue corridor and the public safety building modernization project. Sure. So I move to redirect Measure S 2014 funding amount of $420,000 from CIP project FA 2201 to fund immediate measures for traffic safety improvements on Tenant Avenue corridor project and the public safety building modernization project this year. Is that clear, City Clerk Bell?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
I was just making sure I read it correctly.
Oh.
Yeah. So is there any questions on the motion, City Attorney, Casher, City Manager Murray? Okay. And I would ask, in addition to my motion, that we increase funds to 150,000 for the 2022-2023 cycle for the public safety building modernization project. So we are not doing 100,000, we are doing 150,000 for this year. Any questions on that motion?
Just a point of clarification. I heard the original motion to be funding the $300,000 for the public safety modernization. I heard that to be in this fiscal year. Okay. And then I heard your next motion of $150,000. So that I heard those as being two alternatives, $150,000 all in this fiscal year for public safety building and $300,000 all in this fiscal year for the public safety building. So I might have misheard that.
What I heard is that we need to move money in order to fund these projects this year. We can't talk about next year's budget. My hope is that we want to make sure to use what we have this year funded and move the Measure S funding of 2014 of 420,000 into two of the buckets. Traffic safety improvements on Tenant Avenue corridor project, as well as the public safety building modernization project.
Okay. And for clarification, how much in the public safety modernization in this fiscal year?
150,000.
Okay.
Is that clear, City Clerk Bell, just for the record?
Just the amount, if you could please clarify the amount for the traffic improvement. So I just heard 150 for the public safety building. What was the second amount?
So I move to redirect Measure S 2014 funding amount of 420,000 from CIP project FA 2201 to fund immediate measures for traffic safety improvements on Tenant Avenue corridor project and the public safety building modernization project. In that motion, $150,000 of that 420 would go to the public safety building modernization project for the year 2022-2023. The rest of that funding will go to the traffic safety improvements on Tenant Avenue corridor project for this year.
Thank you. That's clear.
Thank you. Any questions on that motion? Like, actually, I need a second. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that motion?
Yes, discussion. Please explain why you would take away funding from a project that has been supported by a number of community members that has taken years to even get to the point of being funded. When we have available funding from the general fund for the kinds of projects that staff have identified could be funded in 22-23 for the public safety modernization as well as for the immediate improvements on tenant.
Absolutely. I thank you for that question. I think first and foremost, some of the conversations that this council, previous councils, as well as the public has had around Measure S is that that particular funding was really encouraged to be around making sure public safety and our roads and pedestrian safety are prioritized. I do feel like that specific fund would be better used for issues, especially pertinent issues like tenant corridor improvements. We are in a time right now where we have to think about not only so many priorities, but we have to think about what priorities can get done sooner rather than later. And these two projects in particular are so important that we do that I think it's really important that we move around priorities in this moment. And one of them is to move the available options that we have in funding. And that is what the motion, why that motion is created by me. If that answers your question.
It tells me that you have a priority other than funding the Faria House. That three of you have a priority other than funding a Faria House. That you don't see that as an urgent quote matter. That you don't listen to the members of the public that are interested in upgrading that facility. That you don't regard that facility as either a liability or an asset of the city. That you don't consider that expenses will be greater in future years to do the kind of renovations that have been estimated at a cost of $420,000. That you are disregarding the fact that those improvements, although yet to be even started, are in consideration of improving a facility of the city that could provide some return to the city. And so it's a great disregard that you are doing. And you are justifying it by considering it as something less than what you deem to be urgent. And you cannot and agree that that's what you're doing. I'm calling you out on the fact that you three are doing that. And you are disregarding what has been a long, a number of conversations or discussions with input from community members, and that you have also, we have also compromised so that we could have the types of projects in a CIP that reflect not only immediate urgent needs to address things that you consider are essential, but that we also allow for projects that enhance quality of life here in Pinole, and that have a potential as well to provide some economic return.
I understand that that is a loaded statement, so I can't really engage in all of what you said. I think one of the things I didn't hear you say that should share with you a little bit about my decision making and why I made this motion is because what I didn't hear is, in my role as mayor, what I'm realizing, and you've been in this role, is that we oftentimes don't have the staff capacity to do everything we want to do. And when I look at the CIP and when I look at the budget, I think I'm the council member who probably for the last 2 years would love to do more. I've offered new ideas. I've offered improvements of quality of life ideas. But the reality is we have to address the issues that are more urgent. And it's hard to hear that. I oftentimes hear that in many jobs that I have. But today we have to make a tough decision that says we need to fund measures, and funding additional measures to the general fund that actually is going to make an imbalance. Why wouldn't we create an opportunity to say, there are things that are improving our quality of life. We talked about things on this in today's agenda about this, but today we need to make sure that we're focused on these two projects. I would love to have more projects. I would love to have more staff to enact those projects. But the reality is we have to center around the things that we can do this year and what the options are given the capacity that we have in the city. So I know you had a loaded statement and perhaps you can think that about me. I'm sure that's, yeah, again, perhaps you can think that about me and you characterize, I'm assuming 2 other council members as well. I think it would be more appropriate to perhaps make an understanding and create an understanding that says that the project that you're really encouraged by and invested in is something urgent to this community, something urgent to this council. Today, these 2 projects are urgent to us. Today, this is important for us to build. And I'm sorry if that's hard to hear, because I understand that that can be very challenging. It's really hard to hear about things that, again, when pedestrians are killed in our city, it's hard to hear. When I hear that we need to do upgrades on a building, it's hard to hear. There are many unfunded projects on our list of projects on the CIP. I'm sure many councils, it's been hard to hear that those projects are not funded. This is my decision. If you don't approve of it, I understand a no vote. But I also need you to understand that as mayor, I have a priority, and I'm also talking to members of the community about what's important to them. And what's important to them is, number one, Measure S funding being used in the way and the intent of which people said it should be used. And number 2 is funding these 2 projects.
It's
So-
not a difficulty in hearing. That's something that
Absolutely.
I have advocated for is not going to be funded. The difficulty is in having a council that leans toward certain projects in the guise of them being urgent while disregarding a balance of projects that are both urgent and also address non-quote urgent issues. Not everything is urgent. The projects, even though they are going to be funded as you have proposed, or the motion that you have made, that were previously allocated to a project deemed quote non-urgent, we can have both, but you have, we could have both. We could have both. There is funding in our budget to allow for that. If the point that you made about Measure S being most appropriate for quote urgent matters, pardon me, I'm paraphrasing here.
Yeah, that's not
The upgrades to a facility are also about infrastructure. And again, we're trying to give the same type of value to all the projects. They are not. They are not. Energy upgrades, are those urgent? No, we could go down that path. Well, yes, you think so. I would beg to
Yeah.
differ.
And so Council Martinez Rubin, we disagree on urgency.
Yes.
You perhaps want to bring that as an agenda item in the future, what urgency means. This is the
Mhm.
motion. If you have any questions, I gave you an answer to that question. You told me at the beginning of the meeting, you had to go to sleep at a certain time. So we can go back and forth, or we can talk about. I don't actually know what you're looking to have in this conversation. I just proposed a motion. I understand we can go back and forth. I want to make sure that we are tactical in that before we started this meeting, you mentioned you had to go or soon or had to go to sleep. So what I want to say is that that is my motion. I am standing on that. There is a second. Are there questions? Other questions on the motion? Other comments on the motion?
Comments
Outside,
on the
okay.
motion. No, if you're asking what I'm seeking, it's just your acknowledgement that, that you have taken a project that members of the public, I talk to community members as well. And you know that we have different segments in the community that will favor one project over another. The Furia House has been a point of contention for a number of years. We all have noticed that. We all have had members of the public who have pushed one way or another toward having council members vote one way or another. We know. Can you let the public know that you have not been influenced by any of that regard to the Furia House in your argument for considering that the funding that you are now taking from it is going to go to two other projects that you are not calling or describing as urgent?
I'll let the public know that I listen to them often and that I'm oftentimes in the community listening to what they care about. I'll have the public know that I work incredibly hard to be where I'm at right now and to make sure that not only where I'm at is that I'm standing on things that are important in the way I was raised, but also important in the way that they talk to me and that they open up. That's what I'll have the public know. So again, if you have questions about the motion, feel free to have them. Otherwise, I'm gonna call to question. Great, thank you. So I'll call to question. Are there any other city councilmember Cave?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment here that, and this is partly, a conversation that's been going on for years. My take on this is this. You have citywide roof repairs and replacement. If it's a roof repair, that means that all this rain has been going in and dripping down on somebody or in someone's building that's occupied. The public safety building modernization is occupied. The senior center auxiliary parking lot is not necessarily a building, but it's a need for the city. Maybe that's something that can change. But to look at the senior center modernization, those are occupied buildings that are in use by the city right now. If we total that up, it's more than 420,000. Unfortunately, this is difficult. Yes, we've had a vacant building for quite some time, but the reality is so are all of our other buildings that are occupied and in use by our community. To me, I think that the trash bins, I advocated for it. Yes, it's Measure S 2014. Yes, I know but we need money to make sure that we're addressing all of these things. The roads have been a point for this town for years and have not, frankly, we just did 24 potholes and hopefully we can get more work done. It's a difficult decision and I understand, but these buildings are occupied and serving our city right now. And that's just my perspective. And why I'm sitting where I am and why I feel that the motion to me, and I second it. I think that this is something that is a difficult decision, but it has to be done.
City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
If I can just make one comment.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Yes, so on the previous motion, we reduced a project by 300,000. And if we want to use that 300,000, because we don't need it right away, it's that's something that can cover the cost of the additional two items. that are proposed.
No, the improvements was 900.
City clerk, is that a question to us?
No, that's a statement.
City Clerk Bell.
I was just, did Director Guillory through the mayor, did you have a comment? I saw.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, that's the solid waste fund where the trash bins are funded by. It's the solid waste fund, not the Measure S 2014. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. But there is unfunded. There are unfunded revenues that can pay for these two items that staff recommended.
Yes, in the 2014 Measure S 2014 fund. Is that the question?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Bell, call the roll, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
No.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other motions that folks would like to make? And yes, of course, we still need to adopt the resolution with amended changes if someone would like to entertain that motion.
I'll move we adopt the resolution with the items listed on Exhibit A.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right. Is there any discussion about that? And when you say items listed on Exhibit A, are you referring to?
Exhibit A of the resolution.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Wonderful. All right, any questions? All right, not seeing any. City Clerk Bell, would you?
I would just like some clarity because I'm not fully familiar with Exhibit A. Does that include, does this motion, does staff need any clarification, I guess is the question.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, ready for roll call?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
And Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
thank you. Any other motions on this item?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
It seems that we are making a budget adjustments and we can look to funding sources that are available to us, such as general fund balance. So I move that the amount that was previously allotted to FA 2201, the Furia House renovations, 420,000, that amount be taken from general funds to fund those renovations.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay. Any questions on that motion? All right, not seeing any. City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
No.
Councilmember Sasai.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
Motion fails.
All right, any other motions on this item? All right, not seeing any. That means we are at 11. I either need a motion to continue or I need a motion to continue item. Is that okay?
I move to defer this item to the next meeting.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right, thank you. All those actually, City Clerk, please call. the
I'll
roll.
call it. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, can I have the motion to extend the meeting by 3 minutes? Or 5 minutes?
Motion to extend for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second. Is there any discussion? City Clerk Bell?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, council. We will continue item 12C for a future agenda for the next council meeting. Excuse me. We'll continue item 12D to the next council meeting, which brings us to the second to last item, which is citizens to be heard. Our second citizens to be heard. Are there any other public comments? City Clerk Bell?
Double checking. It looks like we have no other comments.
Thank you. All right, we will close the public comment period, the second public comment period. And that means we have
adjournment, which is our last item. We are now ready to adjourn. I adjourn the meeting to the regular city council meeting of March 7th in remembrance of Amber Swartz. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you again.